Good evening, everyone. This is the Monday, June 7th, regular City Council meeting for the City of Bel Air Beach. Please rise, join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Robin Aki. Here. Councilmember Frank Banker.
Here.
Councilmember Glenn Gunn.
Here.
Councilmember Leslie Notero.
Here.
Councilmember Rita Swope.
Here.
Vice Mayor Dave Gaddis.
Here.
Mayor Joseph Manzo.
Here.
City Manager Lynn Reeves.
Here.
And City Attorney Fred Riley.
Here.
Okay, thank you. First item on the agenda tonight is the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion? So moved. I got a tie here. Frank Banker, do I have the motion? Leslie Notero, second. Discussion. Frank? None? Leslie? No. I have three items. Number 5, I'd like to move to the regular. I have one brief addition to that. Number 8 or 9, I'd like to move to a work session. I believe there's a lot of discussion to be done on item 8 and some discussion on item 9. I'll entertain a motion if anyone else feels that way. If not, it's going to be a long night. Promise you. Motion? Approval of the agenda. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? I'll be opposed. So it's 6 to 1. And Patty, well, okay. In the minutes, we are not showing the dissenting votes. That was my problem with them. So this is a 6 to 1, and it should reflect who's dissenting. That's my only problem, because if not, it's lost. Citizen comments. We have 3 minutes for any citizen who would like to come up and speak with us. You come up over here to the podium. Please give your name and address. Also, you have 3 minutes. If you need more time, then you need somebody to give you some more time. You can get up to 12 minutes if people give it to you. Anything that's on the agenda, we're going to have time for citizen comments during each one of those items. So don't come up and speak on that, or we're going to have to ask you to come back later. But if it's something not on the agenda and you wish to speak with us on, please come right up here. Okay? Anyone like to speak to the council? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Yoli Rodero, and I live on 113 12th Street. And I'll have, I think, my husband's 3 minutes and Barry Gray's 3 minutes to help me out if I should need them.
Hang on 1 second, Mr. Darrow. Is that acceptable? 3 minutes from 2 individuals? So we have 9 minutes, Patty?
Okay.
Please proceed.
Good evening. I have 2 primary issues that I'd like to just bring to your attention. My first one is the parking situation at the access lots. And if we can remember and think back, those lots are lots 21, 43, and 66, which is the 12th Street, the 19th, and I think the 6th Street lot. In reading the Bellashore Ordinance, this is Bellashore, not our ordinance, it states that only and only Bel Air Beach can issue parking permits for those access lots. And this is set Ordinance 30-57. Bellashore has now been in the habit for the last 2 or 3 months now of issuing their own letter or quasi parking permit for whatever cars that they feel they want to allow to park on those lots. This is a false permit in violation of their own ordinance. Further, Ordinance 46-139-3 says that there will not be any recreational or commercial vehicles in those access lots. Well, again, Bellashore is allowing commercial vehicles to park in those lots, more specifically trucks and vans and forklifts in the construction on the 12th Street home of the Rodriguez house on the corner, as well as Commissioner Bloom's landscaper can park inside the access lot, and his own mechanical business trucks are allowed to park in the lot. So now there's a second ordinance that Bellashore is violating. And the reason my husband and I purchased here instead of Indian Rocks or Madeira or anywhere else, was that we could walk right across the street and we have our beach right there. I won't go into the rest of the ordinance because right now my concern is this parking situation. But it is the driving force for us, for our property values and for our property rights. Per the interlocal agreement, Bellashore Beach is responsible, I believe, for all the wear and tear, any repairs, any maintenance of the parking lot, the sand dunes, the rails, etc. Yet commercial trucks parking in these lots cause extra wear and tear on these lots, can cause more damage, and yet who will be responsible for those repairs? We will. What is being done to address this issue? And this I ask the council members because obviously I can't do anything. Something needs to be done. A few weeks ago, the Pinellas Film Company obtained permission from Bellashore to park close to 50, 60 cars in lots 43 and 66, practically filling 66 completely and half of 43. They parked vans and cars and trucks to film a private home. Again, illegal parking permits by Bellashore were issued. The sheriff did absolutely nothing, even though they were called, and Bellashore Beach failed to take any active control of the situation. The final issue with the parking lot is liability. It is my understanding that recently Bellashore Beach Insurance Company settled a slip and fall that happened at one of the access lots. That means that any injuries that occur there is our responsibility, where they're going to look to us to sue us. Any car that gets damaged, a wall that gets broken, or a child that runs in front of a commercial truck and gets run over because they can't be seen. Again, parking permits by Bellashore will be meaningless because the person, the entity responsible for that liability will be Bellashore Beach. So again, something must be done. That is my primary concern. The other concern is the sheriff's relationship, which I think Deborah Mall spoke to last meeting. The relationship between the sheriff, Bellashore Beach, and Bellashore in the sense of our mutual law enforcement. I would like to request a copy, and please let me know who to address my request to, of that, that agreement that indicates what are the percentages between Bellashore, Bellashore Beach, and the sheriff to see how they compare in the sense of use and payment. I'm personally disappointed with the sheriff's office for selective enforcement. I listened to the Bellashore meetings, and on 2 separate occasions I heard Regina Kardash, their legal counsel, the one that helped write the ordinance, tell them that the ordinance applied to the entire beach, their property and below the mean high water line. And that if it wasn't like that, it would be an equal protection claim. Well, the Sheriff's Department is not choosing to enforce that. The property that belongs to the homeowners can be used at will with anything, but the rest of the residents, which of course it's us, are harassed. As a resident of Bellashore Beach, I expect this council to act to preserve my property rights and my privileges. So I would ask, how are you doing this? And specifically in the parking situation at this time. Thank you.
Can we talk that, or should we?
We typically don't. We can do it at the end unless council wishes to address it. Is this council have a problem with answering anything? I will just ask Patty, that can be considered a public records request from what you just asked for, a copy of the lease agreement?
If she would like to make a public records request, yes.
Was that a public records request?
Yes, and I can send you an email if you like.
That's okay.
No,
I'm
that's sufficient.
fine.
What you just did is a public records request. Council, do you wish to speak?
She threw a lot of stuff out.
Just let me first get a yes, or?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, okay. Okay.
Well,
You
I'll-
don't work
you're
it.
on, right. I'm not going to speak on this, folks.
I just noted some stuff as you were talking, and I didn't want to interrupt you with a point of order or anything like that.
which I think we should, but anyway, just going back to what you were saying, my question is, what is the rule of law on parking in interlocal agreements, okay? I really would like to know that. Because just last night, there were 3 illegal cars parked between 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock at Cross Street. And we walk the beach all the time, and I bet you could leave right now to find at least 3 illegal cars parked in those 3 lots, okay? Commercial parking. The gross weight of these vehicles are 5 times sometimes more than cars weight. They do tear up the lots, okay? Who repairs them? Us. Where do we get the money to repair them? We used to get the money from tickets and residents, of course, but we stopped ticketing. If I'm not correct in anything I'm saying, please somebody interject.
I can say a lot, I'm just gonna not, I'm
Well,
just gonna run this
saying,
discussion
you're the
before, I
you're
have
the
a lawsuit,
chairman.
so I
If I'm
can't say
saying
anything.
something wrong,
Yeah.
jump on.
Councilmember Baker, I'd like to go ahead and pop in on a couple of those things. Since the property is owned by Bellashore, they direct the sheriff's department, and as far as the interlocal agreement, it all is spelled out in there, and I'm not even sure why they issue permits to begin with on their own property. But as far as, the vehicles being parked in there, that is totally up to the sheriff's department to ticket them, that we don't have any control. It's not our city. I mean, I'm not even sure why we're discussing Bellashore to begin with. But as far as some of these commercial vehicles, I applaud the town of Bellashore for allowing the Pinellas County Film Festival in there, because it also involved the NFL Live, the ESPN Live Cruise, because it was for Tom Brady, a Super Bowl champion of this state. I mean, what community would not have allowed that? I mean, Tom Brady and Charles Woodson was both there, so I really encourage people to get some background information before they start saying something. Does Bellwood Beach want to be the city that says Tom Brady and his crew are not allowed? I mean, seriously, the line's being drawn so ridiculously anymore. It's just crazy. Yeah, I agree there's cars parked in there with no stickers on them. And some of them are even the Bellwood Beach residents that park in there because they don't want to come up here and bother getting a sticker. I get that. And I know you can leave right now and go and find some there parked. It's there that way all the time. I mean, but we also have to be neighborly. We've got to respect our other communities. So, I mean, I'm appalled that the whole Pinellas County film thing was even brought up tonight. I mean, my gosh, who would turn down Tom Brady? I mean, seriously, who?
May I please?
No, yeah, actually, there's just one, so if somebody else wants to rebut, that's fine. Let's just, hang on. Council asked if they could speak, let's let council speak, I will call for more citizens to speak up, okay? But Mr. Dara, you got 9 minutes and that's it, so it's not back and forth, so. Actually, this is rare what we're doing, but it was kind of a special thing. I'm back open to council, I'm just running the discussion.
We're going back, and I'm talking about commercial parking. I'm not talking about the film fest or whatever that was done. I'm talking about daily parking at 6th Street and 12th Street, all right, by commercial vehicles. We bring up who's responsible for injury. Well, number 4, the interlocal agreement says we are. I mean, it's clean and cut. So if anybody gets injured, we're responsible for it. The sheriff, your question on the sheriff, everything should be time recorded with them. So it shouldn't be hard to find out if they're truly spending 15 minutes a shift. I believe their shifts are 12 hours. I may be wrong. There's 2 of them there right now that could answer that. In the ordinance, too, what you brought up about them controlling the whole beach to the water, I refer to the state constitution, Article 10, Section 11. I refer to the public trust doctrine. Right? Clearly says that land is owned by the state, which we are part of the state. I hope I answered your questions.
Thank you.
To respond to part of what Rita said, to me, and maybe I'm black and white, I guess, but if an ordinance says you are not allowed to park there, that you are not allowed to give an order or a parking sticker, I don't care if it's Tom Brady, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, or me. Tom Brady, yes, he's a great football player, but you know what? I'm a doctor, I save lives. How many lives has he saved? So maybe I should have a film about me and how awesome I am and fill my video trucks there, because I'm sure everybody would love to see that video. But you get the point. He's no better than I am, he's no better than anybody. I don't care who it is, rules are rules. Tom Brady breaks a rule, if he goes and murders somebody, he should get arrested. If he speeds, he should get a traffic ticket. So I don't care who filmed it, I think that's ridiculous. Second of all, I saw these parking lots filled, and I, emailed Lynn, and I was like, what the heck is going on? So yes, I think the city does need to sit here and say what is allowed and what's not allowed, and stand by it. We can't do, here are the rules, but if Tommy Boy comes over and he wants to film something, it's okay, because it's Tom. No, I don't care if you're Bellashore Beach, I don't care if you're Bellashore Shore. Everybody follows the rules. And again, this is like going back to middle school. There's no teacher's pet, there's no bully, we all just follow the rules. So I don't know as a city how we can make that happen other than, here's an ordinance, follow the rules. And if I'm not mistaken, there's already an ordinance, so why aren't we following the rules? That's it.
Thank you, Council. Go ahead.
I only keep boxes for a living, but I did stay in a Holiday Inn Express house. I think if you go back and you look at the state constitution, it talks about access for the public. And I think one of the good things that's going to come out of all of the litigation that's going on is we're going to finally get some detailed interpretations of how this is all supposed to be interpreted. The unfortunate part of this is we're asking questions we may not want to hear the answers, but you're going to get a definitive answer for this. And rather than go back and forth with, this is my interpretation, I read the lawyer, Mr. Dr. Google is your favorite, I think, Dr. Google. I think it's going to be resolved. So let's see what happens. I think we're just sitting back waiting for the legal process to take its course.
Council, anything more? I open the floor back up to the citizens. John Hanson.
John Hanson, 22nd Street. I was actually not going to say anything tonight, but this discussion just kind of set me off. So I want to dovetail on some comments that have been made regarding the parking. We have ordinances. There are signs clearly posted at these parking lots that tell you who is authorized to park there and what's required. And again, to quote a council person, it's black and white. Bellashore Beach residents, decal required. Now, if I was law enforcement, there's no interpretation. It's black and white. And you don't spend your time perusing the beach to find a violator. You see a vehicle that doesn't have a decal, you write a ticket. Sorry about that. Pay a fine. Spend $5 or whatever for the decal if you're a resident of Bellashore Beach. It's cut and dry. Rules are rules. You can interpret gray into some of them, others it's black and white. Discretion, there are times and situations for it, but when it tells you plain as day what is and what isn't, it is not open for interpretation or discretion. And you take an oath to uphold that. I certainly did for 24 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanzig. Gentleman in the back, blue shirt.
Good evening. My name is Richard Haggerty, 119 9th Street. My wife and I have only lived here for just over a year, so I'm relatively new to the area. I just retired after 30 years of service in the Army and took a job after retirement so that my wife and I could afford to live in an area as pristine with private beaches like Bellashore Beach, and that was a choice that we made. Several months ago, when my wife and I were approached by a sheriff because of we had an umbrella on the beach, and I'll say that the sheriff was completely professional about it. We had a great conversation. I was very taken aback that there's actually an ordinance in the state of Florida preventing an umbrella. So that set me on a course of study, and I've read deeds, interlocal agreements, minutes from previous sessions, Florida statutes, municipal codes, talked to council members, lawyers, and I don't claim to be an expert in any of that, so I don't know what'll come out. But a comment that you made, ma'am, with all due respect about being neighborly, in all of my, albeit short, investigation, I still can't find a single instance where Bellashore is being neighborly back. I see situations where our parking, at least my interpretation of it, seems to be taken advantage of. I see situations where my health and my happiness is being exchanged by elitists who don't want to ruin their view. And I see a whole host of other areas, so I don't quite see where the neighborly is coming in. And although I'm not a lawyer, having spent 30 years in a lot of countries in the middle of a lot of conflicts, I think I am an expert when I tell you I know exactly what it looks like when the big guy picks on the little guy. And I know that in every country and in every culture, that doesn't stop until the little guy makes a stand, and I do mean the pun, draws a line in the sand. So I know, speaking for myself, I did spend 30 years fighting tyranny so that I can be bullied by a bunch of elitists who don't want to ruin their view of the beach. And I'm deeply troubled by all of these situations that I seem to have found myself in when we moved here. We're also building a house right down the street in Bel Air Beach, so we intended on spending all of our golden years, which is why I'm here, and which is why I'm always going to be vocal on this issue. I'll continue reading, I'll continue getting myself educated, and I'll continue to fight, because in this case, again, I don't see where the neighborly is coming in. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your service to this country.
So following along with what's been happening with Bellashore, when he's building his house, he should be able to park as many construction vans in the parking lot. So that's good news for you, right? I'm just saying, black, white. Sorry, I know myself.
Citizens, stand still.
Jim Van Goy, 7th Street. First of all, the last time I checked, everyone that was on this board was voted on by the citizens of this city, not Bellashore. And you should be doing everything you can to back these citizens, not those citizens. Upholding our laws, our rights, not other cities' rights, okay? Second of all, commercial vehicles. And I don't know if you know anything about construction, but I know the city manager does. Anytime you take a vehicle with any amount of weight, when they go to gross vehicle weight, okay, the stress of asphalt, there's a different grades in a parking lot that are applied. Those parking lots are not set up for commercial vehicles. There has been damage already done in the corner of, I believe that is 12th Street's parking lot at this end, okay? Whether or not it was done by these vehicles, I don't know, but there has been damage done. But those parking lots are not made for commercial vehicles at all. Second of all, we had a cancer patient ask for a temporary pass to park there, and they were turned down. But yet we can turn star-struck fans, parking lots open for them. I mean, come on. A cancer patient doesn't have any more rights than some superstar. He could actually have a limo take him there and drop him off. He's a multi-millionaire. Why are we granting those kinds of things? Third of all, the city manager offered that same group parking here for a fee, and it took revenue away from this city. And I don't know if you council members are aware of that. He did try to talk to them about that. So we have lost revenue on it. That's 30 vehicles, 3 days. Think about what we charge to park. How much money we've missed out on the city. But yet we took on the liability in those parking lots for those vehicles. Worst thing we ever did was sign that interlocal agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Council comments?
Yeah, I agree with you. We do need to look at the interlocal agreement and maybe just go ahead and give our 60 days and back out of it. We are granted access, not ownership to that property. So, I mean, I hear so many people complaining about the interlocal agreement, so maybe that's what we should think about doing as a city, is just putting in our 60 days. We don't have to give them any reason. They have the same right as we do. And I do realize that we're all up here because of citizens. And I also understand that, you know, everything should be black and white. But yet when the previous Park and Rec Board was holding events, they wanted to open up parking, and they did, on the first private streets. We have a parking ordinance. Nobody cared about that parking ordinance at the time. We didn't lose any revenue because it wasn't our event over there that happened. It was their event, so we lost no revenue. Yes, the city manager offered them our parking lot, but it was their event. So, I mean, I don't know why we keep having to talk about the town of Bellashore. And being neighborly involves many different things. I mean, but you guys are sitting here and you're talking about you want out of the interlocal agreement. I understand people are tired of us breaking the beach. Well, we can quit breaking the beach, cancel the interlocal agreement. People are concerned about the sheriff's service. We can cancel that. Our budget will go up $36,000 a year for the sheriff's department. So, I mean, what are you guys looking for? You're looking for our expenses to continue to increase for Ballot Beach residents not having any parking over there at all? I mean, all we're granted is access. We're not granted, if we cancel that interlocal, we're not granted any parking. Does everybody totally understand that? I am looking out for the Ballot Beach residents, but it's just getting to the point where you guys are wanting so much and you don't realize that there is a downfall to all of that. I mean, you're asking for more than I think you're going to ever realize that you're going to get if we keep on down this path.
I'd like to make a correction also. We did not welcome a film crew with open arms. They came, they asked, they went elsewhere. We did not give them permission. We didn't do that. So to say that this council is welcoming people in with open arms is totally wrong, very much incorrect.
If we cancel maybe this is a question for the solicitor, if we cancel the interlocal agreement, does it take us back to the I'm sure I pronounced the wrong name, from 1944 up to 1970? Because that's a conveyance that was given to us, those three lots, and the way I read it, it's forever. The second part is, it's more like a trust. In Florida, as a trustee, you cannot make a dime as being a trustee. It's a written statute, it's clean and cut. So, where would canceling this interlocal agreement get us? Can you comment on that?
The first comment I'll make is I'm the city attorney and I'm licensed in Florida as a Florida attorney. I'm also an English solicitor, so I'm glad
You don't need anything from the Queen.
I'm glad you bring that up, but it's not relevant. But you can call me that if you want. I want to address a number of things that have been said. I've been waiting patiently for the opportunity to do this. The council needs the opportunity to hear from the citizens and also to discuss things amongst themselves and to try to answer some of the questions. The things I want to tell you are fact-based, and they're, in some ways, you'll probably conclude these are superficial comments. They're not. They're the initial things that are fact-based that everybody in the room needs to know before you start into considering other things. Several facts. There are a couple deeds, and the deeds create a trust relationship, and the deeds are very lengthy. They're also written decades ago, and The interpretation of the deeds is, of course, a question at this point in time. The deeds, in simplistic terms, create a trust relationship for the benefit of the citizens of Bel Air Beach with respect to the beach access lots. So that's the foundation of everything. In addition to that, there is a interlocal agreement that I have certainly read, although it's been several weeks ago since I last looked at it. The interlocal agreement is, I want to say it's about 20 years old, somewhere in that neighborhood, so it's not a recent thing. I don't think anybody on this council had anything to do with that interlocal agreement. It's like any interlocal agreement between two municipalities, it can be terminated, it can also be amended. So if there's the other party's willing, this city can always initiate the process to try and amend it in some way if that's desirable. Having said those two foundational points, there are also city code provisions in Bel Air Beach and city code provisions in Bel Air Shore that relate to the access lots. The lady that spoke, is your name Mrs. Rivera? Rivera, okay. You mentioned that the specific statute sections, I don't have that in front of me, although probably 2 months ago, I did look at those. I pulled up the Bel Air Shore Code of Ordinances and read those specific code provisions. And if Bel Air Shore is not complying with their code provisions, then Bel Air Shore is the one that has jurisdiction over their code provisions. And if you feel that they're not in compliance, then I would recommend to you that be the starting point is contacting Bel Air Shore to ask why they are not complying with their own code provisions. And so that's another thing that I would say is a factual thing. It's important to delineate who has jurisdiction. The city of Bel Air Beach arguably, and I will say very much arguably, does not have jurisdiction unless it's a component of the interlocal agreement to demand that Bel Air Shore, follow their own code provisions. So that I would recommend you consider that. I am also aware of a lawsuit that has been filed. The lawsuit initially related to the umbrella ordinance that the city of Bel Air Shore enacted, and that ordinance was challenged by citizens of Bel Air Beach, and I'm aware of the lawsuit. The city of Bel Air Beach is not a party to that lawsuit as of this moment in time, and the citizens who brought the lawsuit are litigating that, and other than knowing that it exists and knowing that it's being litigated, I'm really not that dialed in to all the specifics of that case, and the appropriate answer for me to say is I'm aware it exists, I don't know that much about it, and I hope the court system or the judge that has that case ultimately reaches a resolution which is consistent with the law. Several people mentioned the rule of law, and that is what should be applied across the board. If they're not complying with the law, then you should raise an issue with them about not complying with the law. The issue being brought up, I'm not sorry it's being brought up. I've heard personally about it for weeks, that there's a lot of dissension in the community about it. I will say I would fully expect, because of the era we live in, there's a lot of stuff on social media, some of which may be accurate, some of which may not be accurate, that also causes trouble with the community, because it's hard to figure out what is accurate and what isn't. But I know this is a hot button issue with many people, and, I hope there is ultimately a resolution of it in the appropriate forum, and the resolution is reached in the not so distant future. How long that takes, I have no clue, because I'm not really privy to the status of the litigation. So, that's, I hope, a fact-based explanation of a lot of things. If the city council wants to consider, you have number of things you could consider. If you want to consider joining the lawsuit for some reason, then the city council can consider that. If the city council wants to consider either amending or terminating the interlocal agreement, that's something that you certainly could consider. No matter what you're going to do, and I'm now talking directly to the city council, the appropriate thing for you to do is be fully informed and have all the cards on the table. And the cards on the table are the underlying trust documents, the current version of the interlocal agreement, the statutes, and it would be helpful if you were going to make any decision about joining the lawsuit for you to consider what the arguments are in the lawsuit. So I would suggest that be something that you consider. My job is to try and, in working with the city manager and working with the city council, is to try and shield the city from liability from all sorts of different angles. And, my job is to, I joke about this with the people, the other city that I represent. My job has morphed over the time period that I've done this. I've been a lawyer for 34 years. It is a lot more risk management today than it has ever been. That's what a lawyer is trying to do. And risk management to me is not getting the city in a lawsuit that will cost the taxpayers a lot of money, unless there's a very compelling reason for the city to get into the lawsuit. That's a decision that ultimately would need to be made by the city council. And all I suggest is that if the city council wants to consider that or consider a modification in some way to the interlocal agreement, then you have a meeting where all those things have been provided in advance, and y'all can discuss it with everybody being fully informed and having all the relevant information in front of you.
Well, again, canceling the interlocal agreement, would that still keep those 3 lots open to us? Because you said it's a trust. So we don't want to lose those lots, of course. That's the most important thing, I think. I don't understand how all of a sudden, just within the last year or two, that we gave up the rights to write tickets there. I wasn't on council then, but we lost that revenue. So again, canceling that interlocal agreement, because when you say that we're not part of this lawsuit, number 4 of the interlocal agreement says the real property owners are responsible for damages in the interlocal agreement. So he's not going to sue us all individually, they're going to sue us by the town. Is that correct or not?
The city has an indemnification provision in the interlocal agreement. And I'm not trying to dodge questions. I'm trying to be responsive.
I'm just trying to get educated the best I can to serve these people that elected me, some didn't, or whatever. I'm here to serve them. And I want to do the best interest for everybody, including myself. So canceling the interlocal agreement, where does that leave us?
I would encourage you to cancel it out as a reactionary thing. I'd encourage you to schedule ideally a workshop session to have it in everybody's hands and to review what the interlocal agreement says and then review whether it's time for some kind of modification or change. I don't think it's a good idea for me to give a direct response to what happens if we cancel it. I would feel much better giving that response after everybody had it in front of them.
Linda?
These are very complex issues. And there are a lot of fine nuances that, unfortunately, what happens is we all start studying individually and we all have confirmation bias. We latch onto something that kind of confirms our initial impressions or whatever to the exclusion of something else. These conveyances, the easements, all of this stuff is very old. And if you go back and you start looking through some of these things, there are some very interesting things. It talks about 15th Street, who's allowed to really have access to those properties, north of 15th Street, south of 15th Street. It talks about property owners. It doesn't talk about residents, it talks about property owners. And the other thing is jurisdictions. You know, the Constitution allows for access, but there's some fine lines about jurisdictions and how far out those go. It gets very, very nebulous when you start talking about, you know, how far out these property owners go out. You know, hey, we have pictures of somebody sitting under a tent drinking a beverage. Well, yeah, but were they on their property? Just because they were beyond their seawall doesn't mean they weren't on their property. So, I mean, there are some very fine jurisdictional distinctions that need to be interpreted here. So I just want to caution everybody about unexpected consequences. You start, you know, knee-jerk reacting to some of this stuff, and we may end up shooting ourselves in the foot on some of this stuff and getting answers back that we really didn't want to hear those answers to. Things have evolved, and I don't think anybody in this room has a solid grasp of how all the dots connect here. Because, I mean, there's just so many moving parts to this thing. A lot of gaps have been filled by tradition, ordinance have changed, and not necessarily addressed the specifics of the old stuff there. So I'm just saying, you know, make haste very slowly on this thing because there are some very complex moving parts here, and I just want to make sure we understand everything and how it's going to affect us. So maybe just move slowly, let the legal process do run its course and find out how this thing is really wired together instead of everybody making different assumptions of what applies and what doesn't.
Anyone else on council? I'm going to put it back up to the floor. Sir, in the jeans and blue shirt.
Good evening. I'm Kenneth Stegby. I apologize, I lost my voice.
And if you'll just talk, you see how close I am?
Yeah.
That's it. Okay.
I wish I could
I
extend
just want to
it.
say, can they hear, can everyone hear it? Kenneth, just say hello.
Hello.
Everybody hear that? We're good. That's what you want to talk about.
Yes, sorry about the voice. I have appreciated listening in here on some of the comments, some of the discussions. One of the things I really want to make sure that we all understand, I've been working for the U.S. Department of Justice for over 20 years. I spent 10 years in D.C. with the main justice. As part of my job up there was to talk about Native Americans and their natural resources, and whether they had been neglected, whether the U.S. as a federal government was supposed to pay them back money. I dealt with millions and millions of documents from 1842, 47, you name it. We had historians who went through them. So just because we have an interlocal agreement that's 20 years old, that is an irrelevance in my mind completely. And same thing with the obvious deeds and other transfers that have gone through in this one. So just because documents are historical doesn't mean they're irrelevant, and we need to pay really close attention to. The bigger concern is what you're talking about, that you have different names for different or you know, descriptions for various things that have evolved over the years. But that is something that can be made black and white. It's not such a nuanced situation here. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that when people talk about age of documents and there are so many nuances here. Whether we're 2 grass straws away from the mean height of water level, it's not nuanced. This can be resolved, and this should be resolved. We've been here for over 12 years now. We've seen this crop up on occasion every 4 or 5 years. This is when it's actually coming to a head. We all have to fight for this. A huge part of your property values are tied up on that shore, in that sand. We paid a lot of money for it, extra money when we came down, precisely so we could walk here. And like you were saying, gentlemen, in the back, the beach is our right, and it's a huge part of our property value. And one last thing, when it comes to the separation between Bellashore Shores and Bellashore Beach, and the police officers, and I appreciate them, they do a great job. They always say hi, and if you have problems, they come and help out. But the way the numbers are working out for Bellashore, who supposedly are the rich, fancy people, they should pay more, not us. And they should not be allowed to put contractor trucks on our street. We live on 12th Street. We have, granted, some of them are local contractors, not for Bellashore Shores. But if I see Bellashore trucks parking there, someone mentioned something about how the asphalt is done. Well, they park in the grass. The grass is completely destroyed outside my house. So I want to close with that. Thank you very much, and let's just fight for this one.
Thank you. Before I go to council comments, somebody has some device that's making tones. Please turn it off. It's very annoying. Council? Any other citizens? I see no other hands. I'm going to close citizen comments at this time. Item 3 on the agenda is the presentation of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. Is there a sheriff here who's going to present?
Good evening to all. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Sergeant LeFay with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. Looking at the monthly report for the month of April, the most recent we have at this time, there was only one UCR crime that was listed on the report, which is a assault. It was a minor incident. There was no charges pressed in that matter. Most of the activity, there was 655 events in the city of Bellashore Beach during the month. Majority of them were self-initiated by the deputies, being direct patrols, traffic stops, house checks. Vehicles illegally parked, 47 of those, and 35 ordinance violations. We did have 6 crashes in the city. We've seen uptick in crashes in all of our beach communities with the increased traffic we've had over the past few months. We've been working on that, trying to find ways to minimize those. As we know, as we get more cars, we get more crashes, unfortunately. We did have 131 citations and warnings issued in the city in the month of April. I looked at the reports from the month of May, and there's no significant activity in the month of May that you guys need to be concerned about this time.
Great, thank you. Congratulations, one incident, one assault, and that wasn't an arrest. That's pretty good.
Yes, sir.
You can't get much better. So once again, an excellent month, and thanks to the sheriff and the deputies who patrol our city, and to all the citizens who keep an eye out, because that's half the battle too. Council, any comments?
Just one quick comment. What are your hours of your shifts?
6 p.m. to, we have 12-hour shifts, so I am on from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Thank you.
Any other council comments? Any citizens have any comments? Yes, the gentleman in the back. Sheriff, I'm just going to ask you to just briefly step aside, let him speak into the mic, and then we can come right back. Okay, perfect. Sir, name and address, and then whatever your question is.
Yeah, Ken Blanches, I'm on Palm Drive, right around the corner here. Just had a question, actually, I can ask a question to the sheriffs. I appreciate the, assistance with the traffic control and all that. What we noticed the last couple of days, we live right on Palm Drive, so we just walk across the street to go to the 12th Street access. And what we found is the traffic control box is right there on the sidewalk, and a sheriff's vehicle has been parked on the sidewalk so that they can sit inside the vehicle and control the traffic light to control the traffic that's turning toward Clearwater. But what it does for us is we now have to walk in the street into oncoming traffic to walk around the sheriff's vehicle. So I just wanted to bring that point up and see if that's something that could be addressed.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Yes, sir. As I previously mentioned, I worked at night, so I wasn't aware that was occurring. And I went off the last 2 days, so I didn't know where that was occurring. We have been dealing with a traffic issue backing up across the causeway, all the way past the light at Main Rock Road, especially on the weekends. I know that we've been working on that. I don't know why they've been out here running the light. I didn't know they were doing that, but I will bring that to the attention of my supervisors and the day shift supervisors so they can be aware that's an issue, okay?
Great. Citizens, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, council, any last words? Sheriff, thank you again.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And Sheriff, if you get some information, if you could relay that to our city manager, and then he can get that out, with regard to that control box, that would be great. Maybe we'll get it at the next meeting, or if it's,
Mayor?
Yeah.
That didn't happen this weekend, it happened last weekend.
Okay.
That's part of our supplemental.
Okay.
We're trying some things, I think I mentioned.
You mentioned to me, yeah.
That we asked the patrol officer on one day to do it in the morning and one day to do it in the afternoon, and that's how they operated the control box.
Okay, yeah, I'll pass that on. I'll pass it on to Captain Liner. You can get with Captain Liner because I know you talk to him on a regular basis to see what the resolution on that was. All right.
Great, thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
All right, item 4 is presentation of FLC for League of Cities for completion of EMO 2 to Vice Mayor Gaddis and Councilmember Gunn. So, gentlemen, if you'll join me at the podium. Okay, so last time we were here, there was a presentation on EMO 2, which is the management training program. This is the second phase of it. There's a 2-phase setup. Some people went to 1. Dave Gaddis and Glenn Gunn completed number 2. So there's a certificate that goes with this, and we're the first one. Coming apart here. First one to Glenn Gunn. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And second one to Vice Mayor. Sorry, Dave, you have to do another one. It's falling apart. To Dave Gaddis. Congratulations. You want over here in the middle? Okay.
Thank you.
Since it's a public meeting, I'll tell you what I said to Glenn Gunn. I said, we don't pay for the frame repair there. I don't know why they're falling apart. All right, consent agenda. We have one item on it, approval of May 3rd, 2021 City Council meeting minutes. Motion?
So moved.
Here's Swope, second. Second. Banker. There's no discussion on this. So this is to approve the May 3rd, 2021 City Council meeting minutes. All in favor? Aye. And I will object, so it's 6-1. Next, we move to our regular agenda. Item 6, consideration of appointment of John J. Hayes to the Citizens Advisory Committee as an alternate member. This is for consideration of appointment of alternate member, John Hayes. First motion? Motion by Frank Bankert, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Swope. Frank? What typically do, we ask if Mr. Hayes is here, if he wishes to speak. Mr. Hayes, are you here? Would you like to say a few words? Sure. Come on up. You don't mind, right, Frank? Okay, I think it does.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. John Hayes, 3210 Gulf Boulevard. I served on the Finance Advisory Committee that issued a report a year ago, April. And I have, just by way of background, because I don't think too many people know who I am, Mary Lou and myself have been full-time residents since for the last 4 years in Bel Air Beach. We've owned property here since 1997, and we have been vacationing here since 1987. So long time residents here in Bel Air Beach, and I do have an interest in Bel Air Beach and seeing that things go well, and if I can offer my my services, I'm always happy to do that. By quick background for you, I was in public accounting for approximately 5 years until I secured my CPA certification, and I couldn't wait to get out and go work for a for-profit organization. And I landed, fortunately, in real estate development, and for over 40 years, that's what I did. I was a chief financial officer, then a president of a very large regional development firm doing multifamily housing in the Midwest, most of the states in the Midwest. And then I started my own company, of which I sold my stock in 2015, and have been retired since then. And I know this is only an alternate position, and I have no voting rights, but I'm happy to serve. And that's why I'm here, and that's why you're considering me. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your interest, Mr. Hayes. Just stay up there in case anyone, does anybody have a question for him? No questions, we'll go to a vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any comments? Citizens, any comments? Take it back to council, any last comments? Patty, do you want a single vote on this by individual? You want to call the roll on this, or just want to do this in group?
Yeah, we don't need to call roll, yeah.
I'm sorry? We do not?
We do not.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to do this then as a group. This is consideration of appointment of John J. Hayes to the Citizens Advisory Committee as an alternate member. A yes vote gets him on the committee. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? 7-0. Congratulations, Mr. Hayes. Next, we have item 7, consideration of appointments to the Board of Adjustment. Council is going to vote by ballot to appoint 1 board member and up to 1 alternate member. There is currently 1 board member vacancy and 2 alternate board member vacancies. We have 2 applicants, Jane Mason Goldman and Gerald Wizowati?
Yes.
I got that right? That's amazing. Okay, thank you. So first, let's get the motion. Motion?
So moved.
Gaddis, second?
Second.
Second, Leslie Otero. Dave, would you defer to them? Okay. Would you like to speak to council?
Yes.
And is Ms. Golden here? Would you like to speak to council also?
Yes.
Okay, you next, okay?
Good evening, I'm Gerald Wizowati. I live on 3100 Gulf Boulevard, apartment 435. Been a resident of Ballot Beach for about 19 years. Just became a resident of Florida after I retired from the United States Army. And just like Jane, I also believe in leading with a servant's heart. And there's a process that you have to do when you have the Board of Adjustment. When people come in with changes and asking the council, Board of Adjustment to have variances. And I believe there's a process to go through as an engineer and a technical specialist with the auto industry and with the program manager in the United States Army. I understand that there's all kinds of stakeholders involved, including the city. I'll be honored to be part of this committee, but looking at Jane's bio, she's been Woman of the Year, I've seen in a magazine. She has had publications, and she's been to the White House. And I'm not sure that you want me to say that, but I think she's a better candidate than me. But I would be honored to serve in Ballard Beach as an alternate, and I would be honored to work with Jane on this board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your interest. Ms. Goldman?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to everyone. As Gerald, you so aptly presented, I am a process person. I believe in process automation, invented some software that is being implemented all over the country in large banking institutions and healthcare organizations. That has to do with process, it has to do with federal regulations, your interpretations of that, the policies, procedures, and the actual execution of
Please speak right into the mic. We're going to lose your audio.
I like to.
You're speaking to the council.
So I believe that my talents and prior business experience would lend itself to this particular job. I have lived with my beloved husband on 22nd Street for over 22 years. My family has lived here for over 40 years. Our address is 437 22nd Street, and I would be honored to serve not only the council, but the citizens. As some people here who know me know that I like to get stuff done, and I love Bellashore Beach, and I want to do everything I can to protect the beautification, yet the modernization of our city. So thank you.
Thank you. Council, any comments? Citizens, any comments in support? Yes. Kelly?
Mike Kelly, 2740 Hibiscus Drive West. I just want to endorse the candidacy of Jane Goldman. I have personally known the Goldman family for 25 years that I've lived in Bellashore Beach. And from her parents, her sister, Mark, her husband, and Jane's participation in all city activities, when asked, they always step up to the plate. I know both Jane and Mark are extremely involved in the undergrounding that took place in your subdivision off 22nd, and I'd be thrilled and honored to have Jane as a voting member of the Board of Adjustment. The one thing about Board of Adjustment is you've got to be fair. As the chairman of the Board of Adjustment, I understand that it's important to have people who understand our codes. I don't doubt that both candidates will, if they don't already know, understand our codes, but without a doubt, Jane Goldman knows them right now as much as any candidate or any sitting member of the Board of Adjustment. So I endorse her nomination. We're fortunate to have her. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Any other citizens? Back to council. Ready for a vote. So the vote in consideration right now is for one board member and one alternate board member, up to one alternate board member. There's currently one board member vacancy and two alternate board member vacancies. The applicants are Jane Mason Goldman and Gerald Wizawade. We have forms in front of us. You can fill these out and Patty will collect them. Make sure you sign them and print your name.
Quick question, Patty, can we just put on one form, since both of their names are there, and it's got member and alternate, rather than doing both of these forms?
Yes, that's just a spare.
Okay.
City manager, please tab with me the results. Might have to be too hard, but tab them, just in case.
Councilmember Aki voted for Ms. Goldman as the member and Mr. Wizawade as the alternate. Councilmember Baker voted for Ms. Goldman as the member and Mr. Wizawade as the alternate. Vice Mayor Gaddis voted for Ms. Goldman as the member and Mr. Wizawade as the alternate. Councilmember Gunn voted for Ms. Goldman as the member and Mr. Wizawade as the alternate. Mayor Manzo voted for Ms. Goldman as the member and Mr. Wizawade as the alternate. Councilmember Notero voted for Ms. Goldman as the member and Mr. Wizawati as the alternate. And Councilmember Swope voted for Ms. Goldman as the member and Mr. Wizawati as the alternate.
Thank you. So the results are for the regular membership, Jane Mason Goldman, congratulations, you've won 7-0. And Mr. Wizawati, you're the alternate, 7-0. Congratulations, both of you. Anybody need a break? Good? Okay. Consideration of ordinance 21-02, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, providing for an amendment of Chapter 86 signs of the City Code of Ordinances, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for the approval of the amendment to Chapter 86 signs of the City Code of Ordinances, providing for a copy to be kept on file, providing for severability, providing for the repeal of all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date. This doesn't say it, but Patty, this is the first reading, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is first reading. There needs to be 2 readings. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Glenn. Is that Frank or Glenn? Or Glenn? Second. Second, Dave Gaddis. Floor is open. Glenn Gunn first.
I'll defer to the city manager if he wants to encapsulate. I'm sorry. I'll defer to the city manager if he wants to go ahead and encapsulate.
Yeah, Fred and I worked on this together and we brought it to a work session. We had the council had a discussion and there were some comments that were made and Fred revised those comments, and if there's anything Fred wants to speak to at this point.
Other than if there's questions about it.
Council?
Could you just hit the highlights for everybody?
Well, maybe before we hit highlights, maybe I should go because I was one of us to have this moved back to a work session. This didn't come back via a work session, and I had the most significant amount of comments, some of which were integrated into this and some of which were not. So we'll take it and we'll discuss. So that's what we want to do. So page 10, 86-61, general provisions. This is a sign ordinance, and nowhere in it did I see a definition of what a sign is. How do we reconcile that? And I'm looking at this, by the way, in terms of what a constitutional challenge is going to look like. So I didn't see a definition of what a sign is. Is a sign a banner? Is a sign a paper sign? Is a sign a temporary, well, we talk about temporary signs, but what's a sign? I didn't see it. So, I'm asking. And then for the next topic will be item 1, flashing activated signs. I don't know what a flashing activated sign is. Because we don't define that either. I'm going to keep going. Streamers and ribbons, page 11. That's no big deal, there's just 2 periods. That just would be, that's a little typo, we'll just clean it up. Item 8 has historically, item 8 on page, it's 86-61. We've had a general lack of enforcement of 8661-8. It says any sign placed on public property, except as otherwise provided for in this code, may be removed by the city. The problem is sometimes it's removed by the city and sometimes it's not. We've seen it outside City Hall here with election signs. I'm not going to name names, but some are permitted and some are confiscated, leading to uneven enforcement. It was what somebody was talking about before about equal protection issues. If you're going to confiscate signs, then confiscate all of them. Don't confiscate the ones you don't like. That has been unequally enforced over the years, and I don't like the way this is worded right now. I think it should be shall, not may. If you're going to permit signs in front of City Hall here, then you permit them for everyone, including the gentleman who I'm looking at who owns a pool service, and somebody who has a lawyer, and maybe the hairdresser, and maybe the construction guy, and maybe the person running for political office. I'd love to have a sign in front of City Hall. Can I? Probably not. Temporary construction signs. What's interesting here is that this city gives more deference to construction people's free speech rights than political free speech rights. And I have a real problem with that. Item 86-63, number 1, talks about the construction and trade signs. And then number 2 says those signs should not exceed 12 square feet. Okay, I'm all right with that. Because if you look around our town, the construction people have big signs. But then when you go to the very next page, when we start talking about the residents and their signs, we're only allowed 5 feet. I didn't realize as a resident, my right was, subordinate to the construction guy. It's nice to know that the guy who installs, your deck gets to say more than us as elected officials and people trying to help the city who work for free. So I have a problem with that. 86-64 talks about temporary signs being permitted for an event. And I said this last time, and it didn't get addressed in these changes, which is again why this should be done in a work session. What if there is no event? Right now there's a very popular cause called Black Lives Matter. It's not an event, it's a cause. So is Jesus Saves, and as Robin's favorite, I love my Chihuahua. Okay? These are not events, they're just statements. And yet, if I read this, there needs to be an event in order to have a sign, because our sign ordinance is exclusionary. Everything is prohibited unless it's permitted. And why am I going through all this? I'm trying to save you from that constitutional lawsuit that will be coming if we pass this. I won't bring it, somebody else will. We've already had 2 threats last summer from people. We talk about, then we go to page 13, and it talks about a temporary sign may display any message so long it is not harmful to minors. Well, maybe you should meet some of the minors that I come in contact with in my practice. I don't think there's anything that could harm some of these kids. They have stuff that could make what little hair I have left curl. But we reference section 847.0116, and that does not match anything that I see that has any reference to children. In fact, 84166 says, quote, every act, thing, or transaction forbidden by this section shall constitute a separate offense and shall be punishable as such. Now, I don't know why I'm the only council member who picked this up, but I did read this and check it back. So it's not ready, this ordinance. Then we talk about what?
I read that yesterday. This Florida statute, is that where you're going? I think it's so vague that it could hinge on this. But I mean,
yeah, but
any minor can object,
right,
whether it's good or bad. I mean, I'll pay a kid I'll take a kid to read his ice cream.
I'm going to come back to you. I just thought I did something wrong, but there's no real point of order here. You just want to have some comment. Right? Okay, so we'll pull down the point of order and we'll come back to you next, okay? We talk about it being a one-time event. I don't know why 1 is the right number. So why not 1, why not 2, why not 3, why not 7, why not 22 and a half? I don't know what the right number is, but where did we come up with 1? Okay? And I'm asking these questions because these are the questions, folks, if you get sued, that attorney's going to be asking you. Except the states are a 1983 suit, and we're talking about confiscation of signs here, which is abridgment of your First Amendment right. When we send the city manager out to do that, which he's done in the past, we had an attorney here who came, I think last July, and was really nice, but was threatening to sue us badly, and it would have been ugly, because that was his specialty. So, size and height, residents. 5 foot is our maximum sign, and we can't have, and including the support, it can't be higher than 4 feet in height. It's a pretty low sign. So, again, more restrictions on residents than on contractors. I pay the taxes in this city, so does everyone else out there. I get the bigger sign, if anyone gets a big sign. We'll keep going. I just spoke about it. the removal of unlawful signs. We're putting the discretion in the city manager's hands. And I will call out Mr. Reeves. It has been uneven. We have had residents complain to me. They complained to me when I was campaigning. We had residents come in here last year and complain about it. We had one resident that he pulled the sign out, and the guy said, you pulled it out, and I put in 2. I didn't see him go back out and take it out. Okay? So, uneven enforcement is going to get this city in trouble. I don't like the idea of confiscating signs. And I don't like giving that power to confiscate signs. And I did read all of this detail here as to why it's beneficial, but you have to understand the minute you confiscate the sign, you've cut off a free speech right. And that's enough to trigger the lawsuit, nothing more. There's your 1983 suit. And that's an expensive federal proposition. Political signs are not defined. What is a political sign? What is it? Republicans are great. Republicans aren't great. Support the Congress. Don't support the Congress. Is that a political sign? According to us, it has to be a ballot issue and qualified candidate. Well, what if it's not? I just named 3 things. Trump 2024. Clinton 2024. I'll be equal here, okay? They're not candidates right now. We had a gentleman in this town, several, I think there's Trump 2024 is out right now in our city. We had a gentleman who had Trump signed 2 years before Trump even went in. We had another guy who put banners, this is why I asked for signs to be defined, on the back of his house that were so big you probably could have seen them from Largo. He was just hoping we were going to do something. And that's what prompted us to say, let's hold off. I don't know why it has to be a ballot issue and a qualified candidate. I'm not a qualified candidate yet. Mayor for Manzo 2022. Why can't I put it on my house? Mayor for Manzo for governor. How about that? I can't put that on my house either. You don't have to be a qualified candidate. And I don't know why we're limiting it. Then we say that they have to be removed within 30 days of the election. I don't know why that has to be. I know it looks ugly to have your Hubert Humphrey sign up there, but you know, put it out there. You can put it out there. It's your property. I don't understand it. Okay? We talk about aesthetic standards of the city. So we put a realtor sign up. That's okay, but no political sign. I don't see how this is constitutional. I think that's pretty much most of my key comments. We can debate this all night long. Frank Bankert is up next. Mr. Bankert.
The problem I have with this is every time, and now I guess I'm part of this process, but we went from an 8-page ordinance to now we're 15. In all due respect, Mr. Mayor, if we get done with everything you're interjecting, it'll probably be 80 pages. I'd like to just leave the other one alone. And we've got a great city manager. Let him use his discretion. That's my only comment.
I'm going to go ahead and agree with Councilmember Baker. I don't see anything wrong with our current one. It's worked, it's working, so I'm totally 100% in agreement with it.
I have a question. Mayor, you had plenty of time to go through this, and you know absolutely where the problem is in this thing. And I applaud you for being able to analyze it like that and point out the shortcomings of our city attorney. However,
I didn't say that.
Okay, well,
I didn't say it's a shortcoming.
Well,
This is very difficult.
Basically, there are a lot of flaws in this particular set of code. My question is, rather than dragging all this out in the middle of one of these meetings, why didn't you just give them a call?
Because Glenn Gunn said I can't call the city attorney, and y'all voted for that, remember?
I believe
you want it done in public.
I actually believe you can go through Lynn Reeves, and he will contact the city attorney.
Well,
He will give you a call.
If you think I'm going to explain constitutional law, no offense to Mr. Reeves, I'm not doing that, okay? And that's why I asked that this be done at a work session, and you all turn that down. My thing was move item 5, 8, and 9 to the regular agenda. Not one person went with my motion. So we debated in public, which is the way Florida wants it to be done. We air our dirty laundry. This was not done to embarrass Mr. Riley in any way, shape, or form. Number one, most of the comments that I had put on, he had recognized. He also, if you go in here, and I'm actually one of the people who read most of, I didn't read all the cases, I read most of the cases that he referenced. These are 40, 30-page, 50-page cases from the Supreme Court. They're not all in lockstep. It would be nice if this law was clear at the federal level. It's not. He's done the best I think he can with cobbling it together, but I'm telling you, and listen to this, and cameras, make sure you record it, okay? When you get sued for a 1983 violation, whoever the attorney who's handling this will ask every one of these questions, and probably about 20 that I didn't. Because they're gonna know, why do you allow a contractor? You're talking about aesthetics. So I could put John Jones Construction in 12-foot letters, 12 square feet, but I can't put Manzo for governor in 6 square feet. That's illegal. How is that? How is that? There's your unconstitutionality the way I see it. There's your challenge. And you're in federal court for 2 years, hemorrhaging money. So that's why it's here. Anyway, Mr. Gaddis and then Mr. Gunn.
That's basically my only comment.
Based on the city manager's experience, what is the reasonable level of specificity you need on this? I mean, what's a reasonable burden that we should have on this? I mean, we have a very thin staff here. We have a city attorney who doesn't staff this out to his constitutional law staff. We've got one guy working on this thing. So my question is, what is a reasonable burden for which we should be doing this kind of stuff? And I'm in favor with Frank, I'm in favor with Rita, is, you know, there's a certain, we pay this guy to be risk management for us. And if something comes up, then we figure out how to deal with it. We may back down entirely, which is the way we did it before. Somebody brought up an issue, we backed down, said, yeah, you're probably right on that, we backed out. We've done a reasonable job trying to answer this thing, but we cannot write every ordinance to the detail or specificity for a constitutional defense. We don't have the staff, we don't have the time, and my God, we certainly don't have the paper to print this stuff on. So I guess what I'm saying here is a lot of questions were asked previously. The city attorney's gone back and reworked some of this stuff. We've got it, and I think we need to move forward on this stuff. It seems like we continue to circle the drain on many, many issues. It keeps going back to committee, goes back to work sessions. There aren't enough work sessions in the month to discuss how many times these things go back to committee. So I think it's time to, if we've given it a reasonable effort, let's move forward with it, and we'll deal with it on an exception basis rather than trying to cover every constitutional defense. I don't think it's necessary here.
Robin?
I kind of agree a little bit with everybody. It seems like to fix a lot of this, it would take more paper than we have, but some of these seem like they could be easy, like the double period, maybe a may to a shall. And I kind of agree with you with that, the construction 12 feet, but we're only allowed 5 feet to say how much I love my dog. I really love my dogs. And my suggestion with that is just split and make everyone 8 square feet, regardless of construction or dog loving or political. So some of this I think can be resolved very easily, and normally I would agree wholeheartedly with Rita and Frank, but after that one gentleman came up and had a case and was very nice about it, I definitely want to patch up any loopholes, but honestly I think no matter how well you do this, there's always going to be a way. So I say we just do some easy fixes like the 5 feet, the 12 feet, make it 8 for everybody, and the double periods and whatnot, and keep our fingers crossed. And again, if a big problem arises, we'll just have to back down and pull it and say, hey, put whatever you want up until we figure this out again, and hopefully that won't happen.
Council, any other questions, any other comments to the citizens? Leslie Matera. Leslie, into the mic, I can't hear you, I'm too late.
I would agree with Rita and Frank that, you know, this seems to be overkill, that we go back to our original one, that sign ordinance we've had in effect for a long time.
I just want, it's nice to go back to the good old days, but I remember Mr. Attorney Afandoulos, coming here after Mr. Reeves confiscated his political sign and gave a very nice letter to the city saying how he was a partner in a Michigan firm, and this was his specialty, and he was ready to basically take us in on 1983 suit, but he said, I don't want to do that to my city, I'm going to give you the chance to rectify this. And we made a decision as a council, can have your sign back, and we were gonna just temporarily not enforce the sign ordinance, and that's what led to this. So the good old days aren't that good because there was problems with that sign ordinance, and there still is problems with that sign ordinance. So whether we patch it up, correct it, go with this one, it is of no matter. My comments have been placed on the record, I'll stand by every one of those, and there's probably 10 that I missed. But, you know, I don't know that keeping the old one and just saying it's good, it's probably not good either. That's what got us into this. So we actually suspended enforcement of it for a while. So I don't know that that's right either. That's why I want this into a work session. Sometimes, you know, the process is typically work session for this stuff. You hash it out some more, and you bring it to council when it's ready to go. And to me, this one wasn't quite ready to go. We could have had a work session last month, nobody wanted it, so it gets done here tonight. So I'm not going to make a motion. If you want to, if somebody wants to table it, they can table it. We can vote it down, and then it'll leave us right where we're at.
I make a motion to table it or kill it.
Kill it, you can kill it on the vote. If you want to table it, that's a separate thing, so you'll have to decide which one you want.
Can I make a comment before we go?
Sure, absolutely.
The city attorney reworked the old one, and I'm sure you work closely with the city manager who's got to enforce it and manage the risk of it. So what's your level of confidence in how well it's written, and are you ready to enforce as city manager? I mean, are we at a reasonable stage here where we can move forward on this thing?
You asked that to the city manager or city attorney?
I'm asking both of them. The
Okay.
city attorney amended the original, and he's answered a lot of the questions and concerns, and we still have those concerns. I mean, are we at the 90% stage where, city manager, you ready to enforce what we can move forward?
I'd like to answer your question, but I'd like to say a few other things first.
Mr. Riley, why don't you go first, and then we'll have city manager discuss afterward.
I have a choice to make, and I could choose to be livid with the comments I've heard, or I could go a different direction, and I'm going to go a different direction. The different direction is, this is exactly the way things should go, is y'all should debate various things. You have talked about this in a workshop, you talked about it in a city commission meeting. I will tell you what I've done based on the last feedback I got, or I received. I went back and listened to the tape, and I went through and made the changes that were itemized in the last session that we had. I'm not offended by the comments from the city council, from anybody, and I'm especially not offended by comments from the mayor, just so everybody's clear on that. The object is to get it right, and I've said this every time it's been discussed, that this is a complicated area of the law. As Mayor Manzo said, and he nicked this line off of me, as I said it before, the court cases are not consistent at both the Supreme Court and the other appellate levels, and trying to sift through and figure out the answers is a challenging thing. Having said that, I did the absolute best I could based on first the initial ordinance that you had in place, and then I brought in various other aspects of the current ordinance that you have. The things I added were not whimsical on my part. The things I added were very deliberate. In response to one of the points you raised, Mayor Manzo, about the size of signs, I based much of that on what other cities did. So it wasn't me picking a sign size out of the blue. It was based on, I looked at quite a few different cities, and they had residential or political signs in a residential zone would have a square footage of X, and commercial signs would have a different square footage. Those were all based on the different things that I looked at in trying to come up with a coherent ordinance for you. Having said that, if y'all want to change standards, which is basically what you're doing, then that is exactly what you as the council should do, is debate how the standards should be changed. If there were only one or two things, I would say, let's debate them and have a resolution to those things based on the number of things you pointed out, some of which were new when I was hearing for the first time. Then I would not recommend that you go forward and pass this as it is. I would recommend that you make every effort to try and get it right. And get it right to me means that you'll have a very thorough discussion. And to me, the thing I will do, if you want to revisit this on another occasion, is I will go back to the various points that were raised and go through them methodically like I did in other sessions. This is I would say for the second time this evening, a complicated area of the law, and it's one where if you get it wrong, then you will be in federal court. In federal court cases, I'm saying this example primarily for the folks in the audience. I've said it to the council when this was brought up before. In the other city I represent, several years ago, we had a group that contacted the city and was ready to file a federal lawsuit based on a existing city ordinance related to churches in residential areas. And you don't need to know much more than that, other than when that group contacted the city, I contacted their staff attorney, and we addressed, between myself and city manager, we addressed the various concerns that that group had. They were legitimate concerns. The last time that particular ordinance had been revised was 40 or 50 years ago. In the space of 40 or 50 years, there have been several Supreme Court cases, federal cases that related to the exercise of religious affiliation that should have resulted at some point in the city modifying its ordinance. The city had not done that yet. These folks that contacted me pointed out the basis for why they were contacting us. This is what that group does, and we went through the appropriate steps, not to cave into them, but to address what was legitimate concerns. From their standpoint, they gave us the opportunity to do it in a very methodical manner of simply changing the ordinance. And that's what we did, and everybody at the end of the day was happy because the city didn't spend $50,000 to $100,000 defending a lawsuit, because on the other side was reasonable attorneys. The attorney that came here last summer was also an exceptionally reasonable man, and he pointed out to myself and to Lynn what he thought were the concerns, and he did say he did not want to initiate a case against his own city. He wanted us to work on addressing what he thought were deficiencies, and I would agree with him. There were things that needed to be revised, and that's what we've tried to do. So my recommendation to you is I'm not, it's y'all's decision to make. I'm not an advocate for simply keep the existing ordinance. I think it needs to be updated. I, at this point, would be an advocate for address the points that have been raised this evening and go back to the drawing board and continue the methodical process that we've been doing. And I will tell you, I will do everything I can to address the points. And some of them I will tell you that I'll just pick one for example purposes, and I'll go back to what Mayor Manzo said. The way you characterize it, I disagree with. You characterize it as the city's making a decision to that commercial signs are more important than political signs in a residential area. That has nothing to do with the thought process I had in writing it. What I did in writing it was look at other examples and try to be, in many ways, mirror what other examples were of other cities who have tried to do the same thing we're trying to do. It's within y'all's purview to determine what these standards are for the city of Bel Air Beach. And you can, to some degree, make sign size uniform if that's what you choose to do across the board. I mean, Boca Raton, when they as a city passed a lot of ordinances, when that city really came into existence, they were known for being very uniform about sign size across the board, and in some ways that resulted in, this is a long time ago, this is in the 70s, but they had lawsuits because some people argued they were too restrictive. And the thing I will tell you about Boca Raton and the difference between there and here is Boca Raton had a lot of commercial property, and you can imagine why McDonald's didn't want to be confined to a sign that was 5 feet square. Bel Air Beach doesn't have really that problem. You don't have a McDonald's anywhere in the city. You don't have anything like that. You have residential districts. So, you have some basis for restricting sign size, and I'm only using that for purposes of an example. But my comments and guidance to you are continue the process that we've been working on for a long time. I will tell you, I'm not somebody that wants to keep going back to the drawing board over and over and over again. At some point, you hit the point of diminishing marginal returns, but as I will say consistently with every time I've spoken on this issue, this is important that you get this right, because if you are ever subject to a case, you want to be able to say that we went through a very long, torturous, deliberative process to try and get it right. A lot of the things, I mean, to me, the length of things is not anywhere near as important as content. A lot of the stuff that I added to this was oriented around one central theme, and that is that you have stated a legitimate basis for your regulation, and that is the aesthetics of your town. It's very important to the citizens of Bel Air Beach, and to, having read your code, and to the city council, that you maintain certain aesthetic standards for your community. You want this to be an attractive community, and you really don't want it, I mean, you certainly don't have blight compared to some other communities, but you want a certain level of standards, and that's fine for the city to have a certain level of standards. A lot of the stuff I added to this was to buttress why that is so important to you. And I know that took up several pages, and again, page count is not that relevant to me. It's what is the purpose of doing that? It's not filler, it's to put in a basis for you to so strongly adhere to a certain level of standard. So that's hopefully some insight into how this was put together. I again will close my comments by saying my feelings aren't hurt by anything that's been said. I simply want to get it right and be responsive to the city council and ultimately the citizens in having a strong sign ordinance that minimizes the opportunities for the city to end up in court. So I hope that's helpful.
Mr. Riley, I want to say something. I went through 10 minutes of issues that I had with it, but I'm just going to pick one of the items you just mentioned, which was outstanding in here, okay? Because again, I read these constitutional law cases, and you need to show a compelling reason when you're a state to why you're doing what you're doing. Rarely do you see it mentioned in an ordinance, and if you do see it mentioned, half of the times it's wrong. Mr. Riley's taken the extra step of putting it in several times and in each section why we're doing what we're doing. So this is not to toss this whole thing. I just went through, I don't know, 16 pages of ordinance, and really if you boil my comments down, they probably fit on a page. So I think overall we have the nucleus of something good, and I would hate to see us toss this out. More than that, I can't agree with you more. Going back to the old ordinance, you might as well just get ready to lawyer up. That's the reason why we wrote this one, is because the last one was probably going to be called unconstitutional if it was challenged, and we didn't want to find that out.
Motion to table number 8 on the agenda.
Okay, do I have a second on the table?
Second.
Second was Rita?
Zoe.
Robin, okay, sorry. Good discussion on that? I think we do.
would like to just add that I think we're in the right direction. I don't think we should just toss this. I believe we can start with the mayor's comments. I hope you were able to keep up with all that, and if not, I hope
No, it wasn't due to the volume of them.
There's,
But I will listen to the tape.
we should be able to get a copy of the video.
I'm sorry, guys, my mistake. I think I wasn't sure, I just looked it up. There is no discussion on this one, so I'm going to call point of order. I'll call point of order on myself for not knowing it, but also I'll just have to cut off the conversation. So what we need is a majority vote. We have a motion to table. Motion to table is going to set this aside till the city attorney comes back with a revision. And my recommendation, if you want to amend it, that's fine with me. Bring it back to a work session so we can hash this out instead of hashing it out at a formal session. Let's knock off any issues that we have, bring this thing here and pass it. That's just a suggestion. It doesn't matter to me. I'll do this all night. So up to you, Mr. Banker.
I accept the amendment.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just one comment. We did bring this to a work session. The council gave the city attorney comments. He revised them and did what I think he felt were the changes that were needed. And it seems like, at times, I'm going to use a word that we used to use in the Army. We're pole vaulting over mouse manure because every time we come back with something else. So if we're going to have a work session, I ask all the council, bring your changes and let's fix this and finish it. He started this last October. We brought this to the council, this is the third time, I think, right? And here we are, we're going to bring it back again. And it concerns me that right now you've suspended the sign ordinance, okay? So there is no enforcement. And I get complaints every day about, why is this 6-foot sign sitting out in somebody's front yard? And, well, I can't enforce anything because really the sign ordinance is shut down. So, I implore you to, when you come back with your comments, come back with them all. That's all I'm asking. Because we need to resolve this and move it on.
As you read things, you see other things. There's 7 people on this council, another attorney, 2 away from me. I'm not the only person. No.
Because you stopped me from making comments, and now you're...
Oh, I'm sorry, that's right. You're right. You're right. There's no more comments, so I don't even know why that comment was made.
No, I'm just asking all of us.
Okay, but there's no debate on this, okay? So your point, though, is well taken. Everybody come with your changes. Now, are we going to do it in a work session, or you want to do it in general? I don't care.
Well, I can tell you,
because if you change
the work
my
session is the budget, and we can do that as part of that.
I'll have another one next week. I'll have another one in 3 weeks. Whenever Mr. Riley is ready, I'll have one every night if it's that important to this city. I don't care. It's up to Mr. Riley. I'm not going to put undue pressure on him to write a constitutional sign ordinance. So, Mr. Riley, how much time do you think you need to revise this? Don't tell me 6 months.
That's my point. That's what I'm trying to say.
If you give me a couple weeks, I would certainly appreciate it.
Okay.
As in 2.
Okay, so we'll do this after. We have several budget sessions coming up. When Mr. Riley tells you it's ready, we'll schedule it for after one of the shorter budget sessions, not the first one that goes on all night, but like one of the simple ones, that go for like half an hour. Let's do it that way. Is everybody good with that? Okay, so Mr. Frank Banker has a motion on the floor to table this. We need a majority vote and it will table, okay? I'll go all in favor. All in favor to table this? Aye?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Hey,
We have Glenn Dunn opposed, let the record reflect that. So it's 6-1, it's tabled. And we'll move on to item 9. Anybody need a break before we do this? We're good? Okay, consideration of ordinance 2103, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Bellashore Beach, Florida, providing for the amendments to section 2-245E8, section 2-247B, section 2-350A, section 2-350B, and section 2-350C of the City Code of Ordinances, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for approval of the amendments to section 2-45E8, 2-247B, section 2-350A, section 2-350B, and section 2-350C of the City Code of Ordinances, providing for a copy to be kept on file, providing for severability, providing for the repeal of all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date. Planning and Zoning Board City Code Review is where this came from. This is the first reading. It was not mentioned in there. I'm putting that in. And this explanatory is this is consideration of the board's recommendation amendments to the city code regarding administrative procedures, including authority for expenditures. Do I have a motion? Motion by Frank Bankert, second Leslie Natero. Frank Bankert.
Order speaks for itself. Maybe we should go to a vote.
Can't do that yet, but thank you. Leslie Natero.
No comment. I think it's simple, appropriate.
Any city council comments? Besides that? So what we're doing here, folks, that was a bunch of numbers, and I'm going to explain it to you. This is to increase the city manager's purchasing power. So what we're doing is we're increasing the purchasing from, it was originally where he didn't need to come to council, it was originally 3,000 up to 10,000, and now we're going to go from, it was 3,000, and now it's going to go up to 5,000, okay? So in other words, it gives him greater autonomy to spend on his own. Same thing, the second part of this, it was 10,000, and we're going up to 25,000 as the minimum. That would require 2 bids, correct?
And the
city council's approved, right, okay. And
10,000.
And then there's some other changes just with how enforcement is to be done on certain things with, with regards to, we have a fine and serving process and stuff like that. It was just some technicalities. We had stuff about the city police, which we don't have a city police force, so we eliminated some of these references. It was some of it was more ministerial. I had one question on this. Page 3, section 5B. I'm wondering why section 5B, it says the city council may authorize expenditures of 10,000 to 10,001 to 25,000 upon receipt of at least 3 written bids quotes. And then it seems to me that it looks like that should be, I don't know, it looks like it should be in the next section. It was 10,000 originally in the next section on C. So
No, well,
I was a little confused reading why we're doing that.
what the 10,000 to 25,000, we don't have to send it out to bid. We can get proposals, bring them to the city council. And as you have known in the past couple of years, we've had a few bids of like 16,000 or 17,000 that was much more cost effective to use those bids and suspend the bid requirements. So what this will do, the minimum bid requirement will be anything that costs over 25,000. The city council, it'll have to go out to bid if something costs over 25. If it's less than 25, between 10 and 25, the city council can take the quotes that we obtain, the staff obtains, and approve the purchase of whatever that is.
I didn't have a problem with this, in terms of raising limits with you as my city manager. I feel comfortable. But I've heard stories about how it used to be prior to you being here. And I didn't hear good stories. I heard a lot of bad stories. And I don't take an opinion either way. But I hope you're here for a long time. But if someday you're not, I don't know, what am I going to get? Am I going to get Lynn Reeves or am I going to get the other person? And we're changing this authority and we're giving it to a city manager to spend money without our approval, really. So I'm comfortable with you. I'd sign this right now, okay? But that's my worry, is what if we don't get somebody who's quite as honest? What do we do then? Because we won't see it. We will not see it at the council, whatever the council that's going to be here won't see it.
Well, you're actually only increasing my authority $2,000, really. Everything else, the council's gonna see. So, that's part of how it was set up or recommended. I mean, the $3,000 was probably 20 years ago. You don't buy much for $3,000 today.
Chairman,
Okay.
I would just stand with that comment there. I mean, when these original values were written, or how long ago, how many decades ago, and certainly that's not keeping pace with the current cost of living and cost increases. I mean, realistically, this guy needs the freedom to move forward on things quickly and not have to wait for a council session every month to come forward. The other aspect of this is, hey, someday that Reeves will have somebody else standing or sitting in that chair, and we deal with that at the vetting process. We don't have to deal with it in every code and everything we're writing. So let's keep pace with what's going on, give this guy room to maneuver and daily execute his business, and rely on what we have, and we'll deal with the next guy in the vetting process.
Sheriff, can you detect who's making that noise in the audience? Because I've asked once nicely. If you find it, please point out the person. We'll ask them to step out, okay? All right. Council?
I have a comment.
Yes.
Actually, the first one is about the city manager. Ultimately, we are accountable to the city manager. So if we have a city manager who is out of control, it comes back on us. It's up to us to pull back the reins in case there's a spending issue. Yeah, the other item is, it's kind of silly, but what happens if it's 50 cents between 5,000 and 5,001?
Come to council.
Well, the way that it's set up is an example. If you approve something for purchase in the budget, you know, we just use, I guess you could use 5,001 cent, I think, if you wanted to.
It is a whole,
Yeah.
just saying.
But the way the 5,000 to 10,000 is set up is, if it's not in the budget, then it comes to you. If it's in the budget, because you've approved the budget, then we can go ahead and spend it.
And you have discretion, Mr. Reeves, and you use that discretion. You bought you bought $200 items for 1 hour discussions to this council. So you have the discretion to bring anything you wish to council. So if it's 50 cents off or whatever, that's your prerogative to bring it here. You could bring a $20 expenditure if you wanted to, if you felt that it needed council approval. Okay.
The point I was making was not a 50-cent item. It's something between, there's breakpoints of an even dollar. And there's no, I know it's, like I said, I know it's kind of silly, but hey, it's in here. And so we don't have clear direction on what we do between $5,000 and $5,001.
You can bring it down.
And we've got the same problem whenever you get to the $10,000 mark.
Well, you can correct it one way. You can say I have authority to $5,001, or you can do the other thing and just make it 5,000. Eliminate the one. If that's
Either one corrects it, so, and I don't think this is a substantial correction that we're going to have a problem with passing.
I mean, you can take it from, the reason I did that is because in the code review was to try to clarify, and actually that's how the other one was kind of written itself, the previous one. So,
the reason why I bring it up is if you hit between that $1 break point, that creates an argument. Whereas in code, if it's down to a single penny, now there's no argument.
well, then the solution is make it 5,000.
So it
10,000.
It would actually be 5,001 cent would be the starting point. And then the same goes for the 10,000 mark, will be 10,000 and 1 penny.
So we're gonna have to amend this. So we have to do amendment first, so, Vice Mayor, you want to go through it page by page, and you have to do an amendment. First, you have to make a motion to amend it, then you have to tell us exactly what's going to amend, then we have to vote on the amendment.
Okay,
So start with page 1.
I'd like to make a motion to amend, page 1, bottom paragraph, under whereas, from 5,001 to 5,001 cents.
Question? I don't find anywhere in the financial market where the word "and" is applied. Okay, it's $5,000 is $5,000, 5,001 cent is 5,001 cent. What is the difference between $5,000, $5,000 and 1 cent?
Yeah, I think it should be not 5,001 cents. I think what he wants to say is just more than 5,000.
I'm spelling it out, but what
Why are we laboring this over a penny?
it's not over a penny, it's over 99 unquestionable cents. And if you've got basically a broken council, this man can spend that money. And if you get in that area where we disagree and we're fighting with each other, I'm not saying it's going to be us, but in the future that could happen. He has clear direction. Anything over this, even to the penny, he needs to come to the council. Whereas now, it's...
But that's the beauty of government. The government says, this is an ordinance in place. If the next guy is Attila the Hun that we hire, okay, and he abuses that, then we pull the ordinance.
Yeah, that's not the issue. That's not his issue. His issue is that right now it's up to 5,000, and then the next one starts at 5,001. So on the crazy thing, which is not crazy, okay, if Lynn gets some proposal for $5,000.76, he has no guidance as to what to do. So he's just correcting really what's...
It comes back to council.
Well, he has to go back to the bid. It doesn't say change your number.
More than 5,000, period.
Yeah, you just have to say more than 5,000, Dave. You don't put a penny
More
in.
than 5,000 words.
Yes.
That's all you need to do. Make it more than 5,000 or less. Okay? So that's good. That's page 1. So 5,000, whereas 5,001 becomes 5,000.
Yep.
Okay, next page.
All right, let's see here. We keep going to page 3, and we will change section 5B to 5,000 also.
Yes.
It appears 2 times. Then there's a 10,001. It should be 10,000. Then further down the page, section 6, 25,000 should be more than 25,000.
Faster than I could read.
Next line, more than 25,000. And it's worded in excess of 25,001, but I believe it would just be 25,000.
Dave, may I make a comment? I think you skipped page 2, it's got 25,001 on the very first paragraph.
Yes, I did. Thank you for the correction.
Let me see if I got this right. I'm going to say it, because I'm going to have to call it, and then you tell me if it's what you want to do, okay?
Okay.
So page 1, last sentence, 5,001 becomes 5,000.
Correct.
Page 2, 25,001 in the second line becomes 25,000.
Yes.
No other changes on page 2. Page 3, 5B, 5,001 becomes 5,000.
Correct.
Second line, 5,001 becomes 5,000.
Yes. Further down the paragraph.
Wait, hang on, I'm just seeing this 10,001, should that be?
10,000.
That should be 10,000, we can get that one.
May authorize expenditures in excess of 10,000.
Then 6C, 25,000 becomes 25,000, 25,001 becomes 25,000.
Correct.
Second line, 25,001 becomes 25,000.
Expenditure, yeah, correct.
And then the last line of that paragraph, in excess of 20, it should be, instead of 25,001, it should say 25,000.
Yes.
All right, so that's the motion. Do I have a second? Second by Leslie Natero. Anybody want to discuss it? We got to call it again, so please make sure. I'm going to call for the amendment only. This is to amend the ordinance, only amending the ordinance. You're not passing it yet, okay? Hang on. Citizen comments. Thank you. No citizen comments. Back to council for last comments. Let me call it. Okay, we're calling for the amendment. The amendment on the floor right now is to amend ordinance 2103, page 1. Last line of the first page, 5,001 would become 5,000. Patty, I hope you're getting all of this. Page 2. There's the whereas clause, the second line, 25,001 will become 25,000. Page 3, 5B, 5,001 will become 5,000 in the first line. In the second line, 5,001 will become 5,000. In the second to last line of the paragraph, 10,001 will become 10,000.
Excuse me.
Yes.
More than 10,000.
In excess, okay, but more, okay, so in excess of 10,000 up to 25, we should put an up to in there, okay? So in excess of 10,000 up to 25,000. And then 6C, 25,001 becomes 25,000. And then second line, it says 25,001, it becomes 25,000. And then last line of C, 25,001 becomes 25,000. Those are the changes that we're going for an amendment. A yes vote will pass it. Mr. Riley, Mr. Reese, please tell us your conversation. It's an open public meeting, I have to ask for that. Please, it's an open public meeting. We have to have anything that's said in public.
I said something, not him.
Okay, I saw you whispering in his ear, so the public's entitled to hear everything that we say up here. So I just have to ask.
I will respectfully disagree with you on that one.
Okay. You respectfully disagree that this is a public meeting?
No.
Okay.
I'm the
Doesn't matter,
attorney,
it's the
I'm
city
just
attorney.
talking to one of my clients.
Okay. My objection is noted for the record. Okay, we're ready to call that question. Patty, this is for the amendment only? Yes. All in favor of the amendment as it was read? Aye? Aye. Anyone opposed? The amendment carries 7-0. Now we're voting on the amended ordinance. Any city council comments before I go to the city residents? City residents, any comments on ordinance 2103? Jim Van Squad.
Part of the person responsibility of being the city manager is to look at possible scenarios and things that could happen, okay? Should he pass away tomorrow, his house is sold obviously in Bellashore Beach. Should he pass away, should he leave tomorrow, it's a holiday weekend, okay? And most of this council is gone, and you can't get a quorum, and you have a city manager that's in place that's out of control. What are you gonna do? I'm just thinking ahead. Every time I'm hearing you all support him 100%, and that's good, okay? That's absolutely good. But when you're making decisions regarding this city, you have to look to the future. Any one of you can be gone at any moment. So you have to be looking constantly at possible scenarios that could be happening to safeguard the city. I don't see it here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Citizens, any other comments? Bring it back to council for final comments with the last word going to Frank Banger.
Well, I think the resident brings out a good
Frank,
point.
I can't hear you. Can you speak into that?
I think as the resident brings out a good point, but this ordinance pertains to the city manager, not anybody acting as a city, well, be an acting city manager, but if he hate to say it's passes away or something like that, no ill issues, we wouldn't have to worry about this until another student manager is put in place. So there's the safeguard. That's all I have to say, to vote to get this thing moved.
No other comments, I'm going to call the question. I have to read through it again. So, as passed with the amendment, up for consideration is consideration of ordinance 2103. It's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Bellashore Beach, Florida, providing for amendments to Section 2-245E8, Section 2-247B, Section 2-350A, Section 2-350B, and Section 2-350C of the City Code of Ordinances, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for approval of the amendments to Section 2-245E8, 2-247B, Section 2-350A, Section 2-350B, and Section 2-350C of the City Code of Ordinances, providing for a copy to be kept on file, providing for severability, providing for the repeal of all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date. This is the first reading. If this passes as amended, then we will come back for a second reading at our next regular meeting. An aye, a yes vote will pass this. All in favor? Aye? Aye.
Mayor
Opposed?
Manzo? Mayor Manzo?
Yes.
Can we do a roll call on
Sure
this?
you can. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, it's an ordinance. Patty, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gunn?
Aye.
Councilmember Notaro?
Aye.
Councilmember Swope?
Aye.
Councilmember Aki?
Aye.
Councilmember Banker?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gaddis?
Aye.
Mayor Manzo?
Aye, so it passes 7-0. Thank you, Patty, for reminding me it's an ordinance, so we do have to pass it that way. Okay, we're on 806. Everybody good on council? Go to item 10. This is a consideration of ordinance 21-04, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Bellashore Beach, Florida, providing for the amendments to Section 54-34A and Section 54-62A of the City Code of Ordinances, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for approval of the amendments to Section 54-35A and Section 54-62A of the City Code of Ordinances, providing for a copy to be kept on file, providing for severability, providing for the repeal of all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date. This recommendation comes from the Planning and Zoning Board City Code Review. This is the first reading, although it doesn't state that. The explanation is consideration of the board's recommendation amendments to the City Code regarding administrative procedures, including fee schedules. First, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Rita Swope, second by Frank Bancor. Rita Swope.
Now, we've already discussed this multiple times as well, so I'm good with it and ready to move forward.
Any other council comments? I hear no council comments. I'll move to city citizens. Any citizen comments on this? No citizen comments? Back to council. Last word to Rita Swope.
Now, call the question.
Okay. No other council comments? No. Okay, so this is consideration of ordinance 21-04, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Bellashore Beach, Florida, providing for the amendments to Section 54-35A and Section 54-62A of the City Code of Ordinances, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for approval of the amendments to Section 54-35A and Section 54-62A of the City Code of Ordinances, providing for a copy to be kept on file, providing for severability, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date. And yes vote will, this first reading, yes vote will get this to its second reading and ultimately to become law or change in law. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Notaro?
Aye.
Councilmember Swope?
Aye.
Councilmember Aki?
Aye.
Councilmember Banker?
Aye.
Councilmember Gunn?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gaddis?
Aye.
Mayor Manzo?
Aye, passes 7-0. We'll look for it in the second reading. Okay, item 11, consideration of resolution 2020-106, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Bellashore Beach, Florida, providing for a public declaration that the City of Bellashore Beach, Florida is not a party to a pending lawsuit and establishing an effective date. This was brought by Vice Mayor Gaddis. This is a resolution clarifying that the city is not a party to Manzo v. Town of Bellashore lawsuit. First, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Dave Gaddis makes the motion.
Second.
Second was, I'm sorry, Reasonable. I'm going to call a point of order right now. That is Manzo versus Town of Bellashore, and there's potential conflict with me chairing this. I'll return to the city attorney and ask him for a discussion of the potential conflict, and then I'll make my decision as to what I will do in terms of passing the gavel.
Prior to the meeting, I discussed with Mayor Manzo section 112.3143, subsection 3A, which relates to conflicts of interest, and both him and I, in discussing it, agreed that I'll first tell you the standard. The standard that is in that section relates to private gain, and him voting on this issue will not result in a private gain to him. So based on that statute, he should vote on this issue. Having said that, he has made an independent inquiry related to his ethical standing on this particular case, and it's my understanding that he will remove himself from the discussion based on the ethical advice he's been given by, I assume, someone at the Commission on Ethics.
That is correct, Mr. Riley. So first, I agree with your interpretation of section 112. This is not a voting conflict for me. This does not inure to my benefit in any way, shape, or form. I don't even know that it's necessary, but I'm going to say that at this point in time, I am going to recuse myself, and I'm doing it on advice of ethics counsel from the state of Florida, okay? Ultimately, the people that would decide if there's an ethics problem, and I need to put in the record why I'm doing what I'm doing, so bear with me. Patty, this is to go in verbatim, and you will be getting the Form 8 after, maybe after this meeting or sometime this week. I have 15 days to get it to you. So on June 7th, 2021, City Council Agenda Item 11 is consideration of Resolution 2021, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, providing for a public declaration that the City of Bel Air Beach is not a party to the pending lawsuit Manzo versus Town of Bellashore, and it's establishing an effective date. There is no conflict under Section 112.3, just under Section 112, okay? However, part of the law of the state of Florida is when there is any perception of a conflict. Even if somebody can get it wrong, which they would if they said this was a conflict, you need to step aside. Or you should. That's the best practices. And that's what I was told by counsel from the Division of Ethics, and that's what I'm going to do. The section references Section 286.012. It's abstention based on appearance of impropriety. I am the sole plaintiff in that lawsuit. There is no one with me at this time. I brought that as a private individual and not as mayor. At this point, I'm going to step aside for this only. I'm not resigning as mayor, so I will be handling the next item on this schedule, which will be item 12. So I'll be back for that. And you'll miss me for this, but I'll be back. Now, I need to pass the gavel. Under the rules here, Mr. Vice Mayor would normally take the gavel, but the Vice Mayor made this motion, so you can't really run your own motion. And we just came back into play with that with regard to, because I just got the right to make my own motion, so we said you had to pass the gavel. So when the Vice Mayor can't do it, I must go to the next senior person on the council. It doesn't define it, Mr. Riley, what it means by senior, but I think it goes by longevity and service to the community on council. And I believe that would be Leslie Natero, having completed at least 3 terms that I know of on council. I think she's in her 4th term, if I'm not mistaken. So that's senior to anyone else here, because I think Glenn Gunn has 2, and everybody else is on their 1st term. So I will pass the gavel to Leslie Natero, unless I'm told otherwise.
I do have a question
Yes.
about that. Actually, I just requested the resolution. I have not made a motion.
Oh, you did make the motion. That's what just brought this to discussion. Motion by Dave Gaddis. Yes.
Can he undo his
No.
motion? Can somebody else make it?
Nope. You have the motion.
That's right, I did.
So Leslie, I'm giving it to you, you're not keeping it, you're just getting it for half, whatever the discussion is. So there you go. And I'm just giving you a minute, I'm gonna step. Mr. Reeves, is the conference room open? No. I'm gonna sit in the conference room, okay? And somebody will come and get me at the conclusion of this.
Okay, we have a motion on the table by Vice Mayor Gaddis, a second from Rita. Discussion among council, comments?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I have a lot of problems with this.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Wouldn't Vice Mayor Dave Gaddis get the first opportunity to speak since he's made the motion? So I just wanted to double check on that.
Okay, this on the outside appears to be something controversial, but it's really not. Basically, we have a mayor who, as a private citizen, is suing another city, a neighboring city. Anyone that is not intimately familiar with this case would automatically assume that it was the city of Bel Air Beach that is suing the town of Bellashore. Also, across the street, there's been signs rallying the public to join in on the lawsuit, which is directly across the street from City Hall. Yet another example of it looks like the city of Bel Air Beach is suing the city of Bellashore. This is not true, and the city is not involved in that. I have really no opinion, one way or the other, on that particular case and what's happening. However, I do have problems whenever residents from other cities and within our own, they come to me and they say, why is your city or why is our city suing that city? And I have to stop and explain. I only come in contact with so many people in a day. Okay, that means that there's no telling how many people that don't have correct information, and they're just making gross assumptions that this city is suing another city. Therefore, I ask this resolution to be written, and I ask all of you to stand behind me with this clarification. This is not a for or against a lawsuit. This is strictly for clarification that we are not part of that lawsuit. That's all it's about.
Well, whether we're part of it or not part of it, real property owners, as defined in the recital of the interlocal agreement, makes us part of it. People that live between First Street, I would say 16th, I'm not trying to be disrespectful for anyone who lives beyond 16th Street, they're pretty much aware of who's suing and why the suit exists. I have a problem with City Council not doing something to protect the citizens of Bel Air Beach between 1st and 16th Street. And like I said, don't hold me to 16th Street. That we haven't tried to file a temporary restraining order against the shade ordinance. That we've buried our heads in the sand, literally, on this topic. Okay? This is a health concern. This is a public beach portion that you can't erect a shade, any type of a shade structure. It flies in the face of the public trust doctrine of the state. It also flies in the face of Article 10, Section 11 of the state constitution. All right? I want to be a good neighbor. But good neighbors have to be good neighbors together. Now, going back, and maybe our attorney can help us. I read all the minutes, because they were virtual minutes back last year because of the code. You spoke at a town meeting, Mr. Dunn spoke, the mayor spoke. Now we bring a resolution in front of you. Does that interfere with the sunshine laws? because not all council spoke at that time. There's council members that are no longer here.
Excuse me, I did not speak at that meeting.
Well, there was 3 meetings that I believe you were recorded in one.
At Bellashore?
Yes.
No.
All right, well, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, if I haven't read the minutes. But what I'm saying is, there's other council members that spoke. We have citizens here that expressed that beach is an important asset to our property values. All right, and it is. And it's one of the reasons, or probably the main reason I moved here. All right? I really believe telling people we're not part of this lawsuit is immaterial. It doesn't need to be said, okay? What needs to be said is, what are we doing to protect the citizens of Bel Air Beach against the harmful rays of the sun, the infringements of their rights, my rights, and that's what I have a big concern about. That's all.
I'd like to say something as well. I have to, Vice Mayor Gaddis been approached by many people, a lot of them, some new residents in town that were contacted and encouraged to join this thing. A lot of them do feel that this entire lawsuit is Bel Air Beach against the town of Bellashore. And I agree with this 100%. We need to step up and say we're not part of it, because this could cost this city tons of money on legal fees, getting involved in all of this. All of this would have probably been resolved if everybody would have backed off at the time the city manager was given direction to work with that community to get the umbrella thing removed, or at least accepted in the accesses. They couldn't speak about it because they had already received intent to sue from 2 citizens, and then the third one filled out theirs as well. But we need to stand up, and we're not saying we're not here to protect our citizens. We're saying we're not here to get involved in this lawsuit that we have no part of. And if it works its way out, then that's fine. That's with the people that are suing. But I agree with Vice Mayor Gaddis 100% on this.
On your point, Councilwoman, when the city manager was directed by council, he was approaching Bel Air Shores to put umbrellas up in between the barriers of those streets. All right? That's ridiculous in my view. All right? Anything from the high water means mark, okay, west, is public beach. If you really want to get into it, there's a Supreme Court case, Stop the Beach for Nourishment, okay? Bel Air Beach Shores has never taken nourishment that I know of. If they didn't take a nourishment, okay, which they haven't, they've now taken sand from Indian Rocks Beach and Bel Air Beach. Anyone after the renourishment has pictures of the beach, okay? You see this, I call it a crater, all right? Gradual storms will fill in that crater. Gradual movement of the oceans will fill in that crater. Where is that sand coming from? Public sand, okay? So they taken the public sand, and now they're saying, stay off of it, after we've paid for it. This is just bad behavior, and it's not good behavior by one town to another. The other thing is, back in 2018, they had no problem when the red tide came in by using the county to clean up their beach, all right, with the dead fish. I witnessed a front end loader and 2 laborers picking up dead fish on their property, on their so-called property. Now, Justice Scalia, back in 2010, wrote in that decision, if you're a beachfront owner, you have the responsibility to maintain that beach. If you don't, and you lose it by an emulsion of hurricane, all right, that land is gone forever. So if you really want to get into this, and look at the ECL money, erosion control, they might not own anything west of that bulkhead or beach bulkhead. And like I said, the behavior here, if you read into the minutes, I find this is just bad behavior on one part. And I don't know why we just keep kowtowing to it. I really don't.
Can I say something next? I agree with you. I think this is useless, because to me, if you want clarity, it says Manzo versus Town of Bellashore. I'm no lawyer, I've said that many times. To me, as a doctor, I can read this and say, Manzo versus Town of Bellashore. Does it ever say Manzo, who happens to be a resident of Bel Air Beach? It's not confused at all. I think this, you guys are always talking about wasting money, wasting Attorney Riley's time, and using it for no good reason. Here's an example. Waste of our attorney's time and our money on something that doesn't need to be clarified, because it says Manzo versus Town of Bellashore. And I mean, who knows, maybe something will happen and in a couple months, Bel Air Beach will decide to get involved, so does this do something against us and that happens? So I just, again, I'm black and white, so Manzo versus Town of Bellashore. Enough said.
Thank you. Go ahead. You haven't had a shot.
You know, either way, this train has left the station. I mean, whether you go with this or whether you don't, the association has been made. I find it so interesting and to the point of irony that we're concerned about perception that we have to pass the gavel, and yet the mayor says he can take off his mayor hat and sue a neighboring city as a resident and an individual. Well then, to me, the litmus test is any council member can take off his council member hat and have a shade discussion with another council member as a resident. I mean, do you see the irony here? I mean, when you become an elected official, the view is you are an elected official. You don't just take off your hat and say, yes, you have citizen and individual rights as a resident, but it's a very fine line. And to say, okay, well, whereas Joseph Monzo serves as mayor of the city of Bel Air Beach, Joseph Monzo, in his individual capacity, and I think it should probably read as a resident. It's moved. This thing has left the station. The perception is there anyway. So, I mean, I understand the point trying to be made, but I'll support it either way.
All right. First off, to Dr. Aki, you just read something that many people have not seen or have heard of. All I hear of is Bel Air Beach. So you just proved my point about it needs to be known who is suing who. This is not the city of Bel Air Beach, no matter how bad you want it to be that, it's not. This is the mayor suing Bellashore. So,
Correction, it's not the bank,
Right.
okay?
Good
It's a
point.
private citizen.
it's Joseph Manson.
Right.
Yes.
But it's not named as the bank.
Even my perception, I forget, it's so blurry and gray. So,
You made my point, because that would mean, if we pass this, that somebody would have to read this in order to be clarified that it's Bel Air Beach. You see what I'm saying? Like,
It will be read, I can assure you.
well, then you could say, hey, put in the minutes, it's Manzo versus Town of Bellashore. I'm sure somebody's on next door, put it on next door. Done. That's all in 5 seconds.
Did you want to finish your comment?
Any more?
I just have one question. What's the anticipated difference in the end result if the city sues the town of Bellashore or it moves forward as an individual suing Bellashore? What's the difference in the anticipated outcome?
I don't think there is.
I don't think so either. So
I disagree.
That's my point.
I believe.
I understand this perception, but
Yes, but
the
I
outcome-
also believe that at the end of this, no matter how it goes, we're going to be damaged. No matter how it works out, there's damage that's being done. And the more that the closer we get to this, and we get closer and closer to that joining the lawsuit line, the harder it's going to be to ever repair the damage. I'm not saying that I agree with anything that the town of Bellashore has done. On the other hand, they are our neighbors. They're just like like Indian Rocks Beach, they're right next door, right across the street, and they're not going anywhere. So
Council, who shot the first shot?
that's irrelevant.
No, it isn't irrelevant.
It is
Someone
irrelevant.
takes a shot at me.
You are not dragging me into this lawsuit. That's what you're
You
trying
are
to do.
dragging this lawsuit in recital in number 4.
We're talking about this resolution. We're not discussing the merits of the lawsuit or anything like that. So let's keep it to discussion of this resolution.
I would just like to,
Excuse me, Fred looks like he has something to say.
I don't want to get in front of any city council members, so when opportune, I would like to make a couple comments.
all I wanted to say is, just a reminder, I know the mayor has stepped out, but he has set specific rules for people that come in here, and you guys are laughing and carrying on, and it's very hard for us to have a conversation, so out of respect, please let us finish our conversation.
I'm having respect.
Yeah, okay. So, that's what I wanted to say, City Attorney Fred Riley, you can go ahead.
Okay, I want to make several clarifications. One, the discussion is on whether to adopt this resolution or not. I'll come back to that. Section 2-63D of the City Code of Ordinances says the following: the presiding officer or, on the request of the city attorney, shall rule out of order any discussion by the city council on matters that are the subject of any current or prospective litigation. I want to make a very important clarification. The city is not a defendant in the lawsuit, so the city is not engaged in any way in current litigation. We all know that, and I'm going to say it anyway. Prospective litigation typically would be a situation where the city has received a notice of a claim, and the notice of the claim is going to lead to a lawsuit being filed. The city has not received a notice of a claim related to that lawsuit, so we don't fit that category either. So I'm making it exceptionally clear to everyone in the room that the section I just read does not apply to this situation. So that's the first thing I want to state. Second is, there's several points. One, Joseph A. Manzo, as an individual, has every right to file a lawsuit to protect his personal rights if he chooses to do so. So, the fact that he is the mayor is, with respect to that, to me, irrelevant. The times that I have spoken to him about the existence of the lawsuit, he has always stated to me, I am talking to you, telling you about my private case. I am not talking to you in terms of I am the mayor of the city. So there's always been that distinction in the conversation with me, and that's what I have personal knowledge of, so I'm relaying it to you. The way that the resolution was written, it was written to be factually accurate. It is 1,000% factually accurate. That's one of the reasons it's so short. There is nothing in there that is an interpretation of, in any way, shape, or form, regarding the merits of the case. It is simply clarifying that the city is not a party to the lawsuit. And I used as little space as I possibly could to make that clarification. I will readily admit this is an unconventional resolution in some respects, but I was asked to do this, and I asked Lynn if we were following the normal procedure, and the answer to that was yes, we are. And I then went forward and prepared the resolution you have in front of you. So those are the things that I want to clarify. I will buttress what Leslie said. I would not This is a the issue before you is a narrow one. Should you approve this resolution or not, I would confine myself to the discussion of that issue, narrow issue, and the other, merits of everything else, I would simply not address at this time, and that's my recommendation to you.
Fred, I
Yes,
have
ma'am.
maybe a technical question. Do we need to change the approved from Joseph Manzo Mayor on this resolution?
I wrote this as I normally would. I have to tell you, and this is now personal comment, the things that at times I have to think through are astounding. So, I wrote the resolution as if it was a normal resolution. I didn't factor in all the complications that have, are involved. So that's what I'll actually have to think about. I haven't really considered that. I had no idea whether he was going to step aside or not. I'm glad Mayor Manzo called and got an ethics opinion, because it to me is, as I mentioned earlier, him and I did discuss the ethical issue, because it's something that he should be very concerned, not very concerned. He should address just like any of you should. And when there's an ethical issue that comes up, the city attorney should give advice. I did that on my initiative, although him and I talked about it when the agenda came out, and I spoke to him very briefly, by the way, which is an unpaid for call. So when you see it on the bill, you won't see it on the bill because I won't put it on the bill, but I told him I would look into that, and I discussed that briefly with him before the meeting. So I have tried, just like I think he has, to do everything that is ethically appropriate with respect to him having any involvement in this issue.
We'll leave it as is. City council comments, I see. Glenn?
So two things. So the initial conversation you had was that there wasn't a ethical thing, and then the state comes back and says, well, yeah, there probably is a perception.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So, well, I mean, was the initial advice the same as what we got back from the state?
No, let me clarify what I said. I today looked up the relevant statute. It's 112.31433A. I looked that up. When I spoke to him last Thursday, I said I'm going to look into the relevant statute about conflict, because this relates to him. So last Thursday, in a telephone conversation, I brought that up, and he agreed that that would be the appropriate thing for him and I to talk about that. So that's one thing. Today, I looked up the statute. Prior to the meeting, I spoke to him about my interpretation of the statute and my interpretation of the statute, that he did not have a conflict, and thus he should vote. Unbeknownst to me before the meeting, I don't know when, but he spoke and called a Commission on Ethics staff attorney, and he discussed with them independently his concern to make sure that he was handling this in the appropriately ethical manner. So when we were talking prior to the meeting about section 112.3143, he told me he got a independent ethics opinion from one of the Commission on Ethics councils, and he was going to step aside based on the advice he'd been given. That's factually what took place.
Can I answer your question?
Well, I think so, because it sounded like it was different opinions there. The second point is this was handled in the normal protocol, and yet this is the first time I'd seen this when I'd opened up the package, and it seems like this conversation should have taken place before we got to this stage.
Well, I can comment about that, or Lynn can comment about it. You tell me which way you'd like to do it.
Well, any time a council member asks for something, I try to accommodate. And if, it wouldn't matter who it is, council member, the mayor, and in the past I have. If someone sent me an email and said, hey, I want Fred to look at this, I've sent it to Fred to have him look at it, or whatever it is. Because I work for you, I think if any of you ask something, then I should proceed with it.
There's no, we've had some heated discussions and passionate discussions about the process.
Are there any other council comments regarding the resolution?
I just want to close with one. Their own mayor indicated this could be a constitutional problem by putting that shade on it. So he recognizes that this could be a legal bad ordinance.
Citizens' comments, and this is.
I'd like to make one more comment, if I may. The one more comment is, in my role as city attorney, I have a ethical obligation which I have, believe me, tried extremely hard to fulfill in being responsive to all 7 of the council members. And I will look each one of you in the eye and tell you I have made every reasonable effort and then some to try and be responsive to the 7 of you, not 1 of you. And I will also tell you, at times, doing the role that I have is extremely difficult under the circumstances that we have.
Citizen comments, the gentleman in the back, I think was the first one whose hands I saw.
Rich Shock, 115 13th Street. Well, there's a lot of things I'd like to say, but I'm hoping when the judge rules on the interveners, I am going to be a critical member in this particular case. And I just want to remind you, you can pass all the resolutions you want, but if Bellashore Beach gets drawn into this lawsuit, you're in it. You're in it. So if you want to rub the mayor's face in it a little bit, go ahead and have some fun. But if Judge Meyer determines that there is culpability on the part of Bellashore Beach, you're going to be in the lawsuit. So you know.
Thank you. Lady front.
Respectfully, Ms. Swope, I was at both virtual meetings with
Point of order, you're not supposed to call out a specific council member. These are Mayor Manzo's rules, not mine. He said them from the beginning.
I'm addressing you because you said I was disrespectful, and I don't want to be disrespectful. I was at both virtual meetings with Bellashore. Neither of you, well, Mr. Reeves was there, and so was Mr. Manzo. And they were not neighborly, and they were not in agreement or even remotely wanting to agree or reach an agreement with us. That's number one. As Mr. Shock, I'm also a prospective intervener, and I have spoken to many residents who are shocked that the city of Bellashore Beach is not defending them. The city is not in this lawsuit, and you're not there to make a statement for them. Now, I agree with the council members that have stated that it is obvious the city's not there. It is just Manzo in the lawsuit. This to me is a meaningless effort and a waste of resources for a Pontius Pilate move of it's not our fault, we're not involved. Thank you, Mr. Shock. I think you'll be called in.
Gentleman over here was, I saw next.
My name is Bob Angelo. I'm 101 Palm Drive. I've been here for about a little over 2.5 years, and I'm a frequent visitor to the beach on the weekends, occasionally during the week. I'm finding it real hard to understand that this beach has been used for the past 60 years, okay? And this is just now coming up. There's such a thing called past precedents, okay? How can you let something like this go on and all of a sudden, last year, throw a sign up there that says, my 7-year-old can't have sun protection? That's crazy.
Excuse me, sir, the
That's
issue
crazy.
is this resolution. It's not whether we're going to pass a resolution that says
I understand
the
that.
city is not a part of this lawsuit.
I understand that. I'm making a statement. I'm here, I'm also signatory of this suit because I think it's wrong. And I can't believe you guys are representing all these individuals that live here. And I don't think that it's right. You should be supporting me.
Yes, ma'am. The issue is not, it's the resolution, it's not the merits of the
I'm
lawsuit
very aware
or
of it.
anything like that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for reminding me, and I know this has been really tough for you guys. I'm Mary Schock. I live at 115 13th Street. I appreciate the council and all you guys do. I'm seeing a division here because I see the people that are on 1st Street to 16th Street are supporting us, but there are people that, if you're on 16th and up to the other, you don't have a problem with this because you can have umbrellas and we can't. And there are council people that definitely, I feel, are not on our side. This is Bel Air Beach. You guys are Bel Air Beach council, and I'm hearing a lot of people that are not supporting Bel Air Beach, but Bel Air Shore. And it's kind of scary. It's very scary that you're sitting on the council and you're not supporting Bel Air Beach. Bel Air Beach is not the enemy. And Bel Air Shore is not the enemy. The two council groups should get together and talk. You keep saying that we're not being neighborly, they are not. It's because the two of you guys, the groups, need to work better at talking to each other. And I apologize, I'm kind of going off, but I just hope that you would support Bel Air Beach and this resolution.
I just want to say for the record, I live off 22nd, I support Bel Air Beach.
Pardon?
Just for the record, I live off 22nd, and I support Bel Air Beach.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
John Hanson, 22nd Street. I've listened to the comments back too. This is what I've heard. I've heard implied assumptions that it's the city suing Bel Air Shore. We don't have any numbers about all these people who have supposedly contacted council members as to what's what, numbers-wise. So there's been an assumption on the part of some council members that's the case. You know, we're not smart enough to figure it out. I really don't know if this resolution is that necessary because it's clear as day. It's already been mentioned by one council member. It's Manzo versus Town of Bel Air Shore. Something else that I've also interpreted in some of the comments, some council members have already raised the white flag. You've given up. And that disappoints me. That's not what I voted for. Probably the smartest thing I've heard was a question from a council member, new to the council, wants to know why an injunction hasn't been filed against the city of Bel Air Shore. So I posed that question in general to the council. I've tried to follow this. I've asked questions about compromise dealing with Bel Air Shore. and this relates to the suit, why we can't have umbrellas, sun protection on the north and south sides of the properties of the parking lots. Bellashore doesn't want to give us that. Now I'm hearing more about what that city owns and what they don't own. So we're sitting here doing this, and I feel like we're just trying to push this in a corner. I understand what's going on. It's one person suing as a citizen, as a resident, not a member of the council. The other lawsuit, that's another implication. There's an assumption that that sign across the street has things to do with this. It's on private property. It's not here in the city
Sir,
property.
you're getting off track for the subject of this.
No, ma'am, I'm not.
Yes,
But I'm done. I've made my point. But I still have a question that I'd like answered at some point. Why hasn't the council pursued an injunction against the city of Bellashore?
Yes, ma'am.
Jim Vasquez, 7th Street. First of all, when you took an oath to defend this city, including anything that comes before us. So if somebody has questioned you as to what is going on, and I know that the city attorney will tell you, you say this is a private lawsuit and I'm not allowed to make a comment. The thing says, and I'll show you on my phone, that's what you say to them, it's the city of Bellashore versus Joseph Manzo, point blank, and I can't make a comment. Why we are going through all these hoops to basically, I feel, walk away from trying to defend by voting on this issue. We should have never, ever brought this forward to even vote that we're not involved in the suit, when in fact, I know numerous members on this council have commented on this in writing to people, which is now public record. So if this city thinks that they possibly will not be involved in the suit, I don't think so. Some point, whether they are or whether you try to denounce or say that you're not involved in this suit, you're going to be brought in this suit as a city. So suck it up and move the hell on and do the city business.
Any more comments from the public? Yes, sir.
Ken Blanch is 1021 Palm Drive. I'm just talking specifically about the motion itself. I wanted to reiterate what the council member said down here and try to understand how there's this perception that's out there that you guys are involved, and the documents that are in place, like she pointed out, specifically says Joseph Manzo versus the city of Bellashore. So if this document and this motion that you pass goes through, how is that going to change that perception to these same people? Are they now magically going to know that, oh, here's this other document that's somewhere out there that we're not seeing, but now we know that the city of Bel Air Beach is not involved in this? Because that's what I'm seeing, exactly what she said. You're going to pass an ordinance or pass a motion or whatever you're calling it. I'm sorry, I'm new at this whole commission thing. But I don't see how that gets out to the public so that the public knows. Do you plan on doing a press release that states this? I mean, how are you going to get the word out that's going to tell everybody, hey, we're not involved in this? I'm involved in this because this affects me. You know, like I said, I'm right here where I walk across the causeway and go to the beach. You know, I can't go and hop in my car and drive somewhere else to another beach access so that I can have an umbrella to save myself from skin cancer. So this does affect me, and I just wanted to, say I don't see how anyone is going to know this other than the council.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay.
Hi, Eleni Servos, 1020 Spruce Drive. We're all very aware that Mayor Manzo is bringing this lawsuit, and he stepped out so that he doesn't have to deal with the unethics of what's been going on. The whole panel is not sticking up for their people. In all honesty, he should have sued the city of Bel Air Beach, not the city of Bel Air Shore, for not standing up for him. He should not be suing Bel Air Shore, he should be suing Bel Air Beach. All of us in our documents, we have been deeded access to these beaches, which comes from Bel Air Beach. Who's taking that away from us? Is it Bel Air Shore or is it Bel Air Beach? Who's taking away our rights to those beaches with umbrellas?
Any other comments? There you go. I mean, the issue is, are we going to pass this ordinance clarifying that the city of Bel Air Beach is not part of the lawsuit? I mean, you're acknowledging that.
Yes,
Maybe
no,
not
we
happy
know
about
that.
it, but we're not part of the lawsuit.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, maybe the residents should be suing Bel Air Beach instead of Bel Air Shore.
That's- Back to council.
Two things. Mrs. Schock brought up the point, well, the council should be working with one another, right? Well, yeah, that's what we wanted to do all along, and that's what was in progress when the city manager was trying to strike up some sort of agreement with Bellashore. And then a lawsuit was filed, and guess what happens when that happens? The shields go up, all discussion ends, and it's not only on this issue, it's affecting many, many other issues where we interact with Bel Air Shore. It's affecting budget issues, police issues, taking care of public spaces, that sort of thing. Wherever we intersect, it's affecting a lot of different things. There's a lot of moving parts here. So, yeah, toss on this thing. Once again, I think that in some ways it's moot, because I think the outcome is going to be the same. A legal decision is going to be made regarding who's in the right, who's in the wrong, where do certain rights begin, where do certain rights end. So I'm kind of tossed, and I think I understand where the vice mayor was trying to go with this thing, and I'm not ready to make a decision on this thing. I'm not going to knee-jerk this one. I want to think about everything I heard, and I will toss out a motion to table this.
Second.
Can I make a comment since my name was brought up, please?
No, excuse me, we're on council comments now. You're making a motion to table.
Motion to table this resolution.
Second.
Frank is seconding it.
We discuss.
No discussion. It's a majority vote.
Yeah, you're right.
Table in the,
Patty, do we need a roll call and a motion to table?
I think you could do by, it's up to you, which we prefer.
Why don't you call the roll? The motion to table resolution 2021-06.
Councilmember Swope,
Nay.
Councilmember Aki,
Aye.
Councilmember Banker,
Aye.
Councilmember Gunn,
aye.
Councilmember Notero,
Nay.
Vice Mayor Gaddis.
Nay.
So the motion to pass, to table passed. Okay. What do we do with the tie? It doesn't.
Failed.
It fails. Okay.
4 affirmative votes to pass any motion or any resolution or ordinance.
So we now have the resolution before us. Any other council comments before we vote on the resolution?
My only comment is gonna be that if, let's say this passes, I think it's gonna cause more confusion than clarity, because now there's gonna be a rumor that there was a resolution passed from Bel Air Beach about the umbrella thing. Oh wow, Bel Air Beach is in this now? This is great! Oh my God, finally! I think this is gonna be way more confusing if it passes. Because like I said, then somebody actually has to read this resolution to understand what it's saying. And if people didn't read what the suit was actually about the first time, then they're certainly not gonna read the resolution. So I think it's gonna be more confusing. So if you're trying to clarify things by doing this, which I appreciate the clarification, but I think it's gonna be more confusing than clarifying. That's my final thing.
I have a couple final comments as well. We certainly up here appreciate all of your guys' passion and your thoughts and your opinions. We're not, dismissing it, but we also hear from a lot of other members of our community, and we're not going to sit here and provide anybody with the names of the people we talk to, but we all communicate regularly within the community, and we get their feedback when we hear it. Now, just a little quick note on the perception. At one point, and I'm going to go ahead and state this, my husband was doing surveys on certain things, and it was mentioned in council that people could be perceiving that that was coming from me and not my husband, and basically asked if, or insinuated and commented that he stopped doing that. And he has stopped on social media with that because we didn't want the perception that somebody would have thought Steve Swope is Rita Swope. So there is always perception out there. It just depends on how people look at it from one moment to the next. So I just want to say we appreciate your comments and all of that, but we hear from the rest of the community as well. So please understand that this is a big community. It's got 1,600 people, so we're going to get all kinds of different information and opinions and thoughts.
Well, I would just like to say, it's over 3 hours since this council meeting started. Numerous residents have stayed for this particular part of it. And it is sad when you have a serviceman that's served this country, gets up here, okay? And because of people like you, I sleep well at night, okay? But now you can go on the beach and fry and maybe get skin cancer. And this council cannot get jointly involved to protect you and everyone else up there.
I'd like to make a comment. I think basically the litigation got ahead of negotiation and basically halted it, as Councilmember Gunn stated earlier. I don't know how much clearer it can be. We were going through a process and trying to reach a resolution. I recall speaking in this council meeting about wanting to go and negotiate, and was advised by our city attorney not to go do that because it was the wrong way to handle things, and so I refrained. I stood back. Now others did not, and now we're in a lawsuit. So I don't know what to say.
Are we in a lawsuit or
No, it's
What I'm saying is it's a lawsuit. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. This is ludicrous behavior on our part. I mean,
we're not in the lawsuit now. It's not saying that, a month down the road, somebody might sue the city. That certainly could happen.
does this open the door for that?
Right now. What?
Chairwoman, does this open the door for that now?
No. I mean,
Sure it does.
It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything.
Exactly, so why are we voting on it?
It stirs the pot.
We're clarifying it.
But you're not clarifying
The
it.
purpose is
Who's confused
clarity.
out there? I know I'm confused at this point. I mean, I don't think it's clarifying. I think it's gonna muddy the waters more.
Can we go ahead and call for the question?
Yes.
When all this started, you weren't on the council, right? So my concern is you're making inferences that we we may not have ever gone to a lawsuit. Well, we never allowed the process to run its course because somebody immediately jumped to the hammer technique on this thing.
Oh, I have to correct you.
Wait a second, let me finish my thoughts here, because what I'm saying is you're making inferences that we would never end up, as a city of Bel Air Beach, suing or going after an injunction. You're making that inference, and my point is we passed that mark. That train left the station as soon as litigation was filed by an individual and the shields went up. Bellashore Shore doesn't want to discuss any of these issues, and, oh yeah, who knows where this is going to go? Yes, no, does Bel Air Beach become a party? I don't know. This resolution is a statement of fact. If you read this thing, it is a statement of fact. The city attorney wrote it as a statement of fact. Every paragraph is a statement of fact, and its basis is factual. Am I correct in that?
Yes, sir.
So, really, the question before you is this a factual statement or is it? That's the way I interpret it.
I disagree with this as a factual statement because of the recital, because of number 4 of the interlocal agreement. I don't believe it is a factual statement.
Well, and even if it's a factual statement, why does it have to be made? I'm a doctor. Do I need a resolution now for the city? That way everybody in the city knows that I'm a doctor?
Okay, I think we've all.
You see what I'm saying? I think it's a little much.
And we all have a
We need to
question.
cut this off. Yeah, less comments by the movement?
I'd like to call the question.
Okay. This is Resolution 2021-06, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, providing for a public declaration that the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida is not a party to a pending lawsuit and establishing an effective date. A yes vote passes this resolution, a no vote does not. Patty, would you call?
Councilmember Swope,
Aye.
Councilmember Aki,
No.
Councilmember Banker,
No.
Councilmember Gunn,
Aye.
Councilmember Notero,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gaddis.
Aye.
The resolution passes 4-2. It is after 9 o'clock. Do we want to stand up and
Yes,
run around the
please,
block or
let's do that.
something for a few minutes?
If you set a time.
9:15? I bet about 9:07 right now. We'll get 9:15.
Consideration of Resolution 2021-05, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, providing for the approval of a seawall manual pursuant to Section 90-138 of the Bel Air Beach City Code and establishing an effective date. The description is its consideration to adopt a seawall manual for seawall specifications applicable to seawalls within the subdivision of the city. First motion. Moved by Glenn Gunn. Second? Second by Dave Gaddis. Glenn Gunn.
I think it's a pretty straightforward manual. I think it is pretty much engineered from somebody else. But it hits all the high points. It seems like it's more informational than anything else. And I think the devil will be in the details and drafting an ordinance that lists the proper references and ties it to that manual as guidance, not just an informational kind of thing.
Okay, thank you. Any other council comments?
Yes, I think that this is very, very much needed. Many people don't, they have no idea why their seawall is being picked on, or why they're getting citations, but this makes it very clear, and it even makes it more clear whenever they're rebuilding. So I think it's a great idea and way, way overdue.
Council? Frank?
One thing I'd like to see, it's not, the pages aren't numbered in here, but like under traditional construction and that, getting back to Councilman Gaddis' remarks about people getting picked on it. When you drive piling, when you drive sheeting, when you use a whale head or whatever like that, that should stand as its natural source, whether it's sheeting, whether it's concrete. It should not be painted, it should not be any type of material added onto that can cover up cracks. The paints today have epoxies on them, so when you're trying to inspect them, when someone's building a house, they should stay in its natural form. We should put that in.
Okay, you have you have a suggested change to add to this, or we just, because we're out to pass the manual tonight, this is a resolution, it passes on the first read, which is tonight. So if you have something you want to insert, that's fine. If it's something you want to give to us, then you'd have to probably make a motion to table and bring it back when you have that insert.
That's the only thing I have to, I don't want to really table the whole thing, but I really believe that, you know, you put a seawall in, you have the chance then to color the concrete, okay, whatever it is, but you cannot add on to it later by painting it, putting an epoxy on it. The next owner comes out, does a quick view, the realtor doesn't see a crack or whatever like that, and bang.
Makes sense. You can, okay, I can try to, your option too is to, I mean, you could always amend this. It's easy enough to amend, so we can try to pass it tonight, and you could always make it, you know, you can bring a motion to amend it to add that paragraph in if you have suggested language. What you're saying seems to make all sense. I don't own a boat, I don't own a seawall, I don't know much about it in terms of.
I used to put them in, but.
So you know a lot more than I do.
Well, all I'm saying is, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to put language in there that you can't paint. The natural sheeting, wellhead or whatever stays the same.
That's a statement we can add to this. This adoption of this is the first step in because we're going to reference it in the ordinance. So, you know, to amend it to just say that whatever the surface is stays in its natural state. That's what I'm hearing. Is that
yes, it can't be altered by paint, epoxy.
right? No alterations to the original. Yeah, I mean, that's easy.
To facilitate the ease of inspection and.
Yes, that's all. That's the only reason I'm saying.
Okay, so why don't you make an amendment, a motion to amend right now, then what phrase it kind of like you want it, I think Lynn gets it, and then we can add that amendment to this and vote on it.
I was wondering if we could streamline by just building that into the ordinance instead. I mean, use this as a guideline, but when you craft the ordinance, you can specify, I mean, codes are an iterative process.
I'm going to ask your senior wisdom to amend it.
So, giddy up.
Bring the amendment, you have to bring it. Bring you amend,
Yes.
say what you want.
I would like to have in the ordinance
No,
that the natural
we're in the
Seawall manual.
in the resolution, the seawall manual.
resolution seawall manual that the natural state of any type of seawall stays as it was installed. No painting, no alterations after installation.
Okay, we have an amendment on the, suggested by Councilman Member Vanguard. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Second by Dave Gaddis. Discussion on the amendment only right now. I'm deferring to you on this one, Frank Vanguard. You've installed them, you sold them, you know them, so it sounds reasonable to me, but yeah.
Maybe just a short follow-on justification saying, hey, it's to facilitate ease of inspection and monitoring the structural integrity of the structure.
I could have said it better.
Mr. Riley, are you okay with this amendment?
No. No, because you're not specifying what you're amending, what page, it's a multi-page document. I think it will be confusing, and because it's a manual setting a policy, you're simply going to create a situation where you'll have disagreement about what it went to. So you had suggested either approve it as is or approve it as is now and then come back with revised language at a later date. I think you can do either one of those. I wouldn't do it the way you're kind of trying to do it now.
So we have the city attorney has not recommended that we proceed down this line. We do have an amendment on the floor at this point. Council, other comments? Mr. Reeves, any comments? City residents? No comments? Back to council. Mike Banker, do you have the last word on your amendment?
I'm finished.
Finished? You want me to call the question? Okay. So the question before us at this point is strictly the amendment only. It's an amendment to the manual itself that would say that all seawalls need to stay in their natural state. For example, no painting, no alterations, no epoxy coatings, things like that. A yes vote will make the amendment, and then we will see whether the manual itself passes. So, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll for the amendment only?
Councilmember Aki,
No.
Councilmember Banker,
Yay.
Councilmember Gunn,
Nay.
Councilmember Notero,
No.
Councilmember Swope,
Nay.
Vice Mayor Gaddis,
Nay.
Mayor Mento.
Nay. So the amendment fails 6-1. So now we go back to the consideration of the resolution for approving the manual in its existing state. I have one question, actually, maybe two questions. First question is, was this manual prepared in-house, or do we have the benefit of having other people prepare this for us?
Well, we had the benefit of plagiarizing it a little bit and adjusting it. Yeah, it's a manual that was.
Can I ask who we maybe obtained the inspiration from?
Well, actually, Councilmember Bean, when he was council member, brought the information to me, and we went through it, and I had the seawall engineer that does a lot of stuff around the area look at it. He said this is a good basis. So at this point, the Code Review Board recommended that we make this adopted and then put it as part of the ordinance when we update the ordinance for the seawalls, which is in the future. So adopting it at this point is, it's fine to, I think, to go ahead and adopt it, and if we want to make modifications, we have time to do that, because we're taking the, what I want to call the code ordinances a little bit at a time instead of inundating you with, as Fred and I have discussed, inundating you with 10 of them in a meeting. So, we're just going to take it through the process.
So the second question then, and more directed to the city attorney, this has a lot of suggestions about maintenance and how you should do this and how you should do that and what's best, what we think is the best practices. What I didn't notice, and I could have missed this, was a liability disclaimer. I don't want somebody following this manual and then something doesn't go right, or they try and do something that maybe they're not qualified to do, and all of a sudden they're coming back against our city saying, you told me on page 12 of the manual, here's what I'm supposed to do, and you didn't do it. So I'm wondering if maybe, I think it would be a good idea to have a liability disclaimer, but I will defer to you as city attorney.
I think it's a good idea to have a liability disclaimer. The purpose of this was to have a policy in place, and up till now, you've not had a policy, and I think this is a good start. If this is something, the amendment, from my perspective, did not pass, not because it wasn't a appropriate amendment, it was because it wasn't specific. What I would recommend that you do is, if you want to either table it and have the changed language put in that has been discussed and a disclaimer, that would be fine. If you wanted to pass it as is and come back in the very near future with additional parts of it, that's fine as well.
Can we pass it and hold off on the issuance, Mr. Reeves? I mean, I have no problem passing it tonight with making those two changes. I think Mr. Bankroft makes an
I
excellent
would suggest you
suggestion.
do that, because if you're putting in place a policy, make it a complete policy, not halfway over the fence poles.
Okay. Not having an answer. Okay. So, make a motion. I'm not passing the gavel, so if somebody wants to make a motion to table, if not, we can vote on it tonight. And
Make a motion to table it.
I got a co-motion here, so Dave Gaddis and Robert Aki. Okay. No discussion on motion to table. So this is not being permanently tabled. It's going to be very temporarily tabled. I would expect to see this at the next council meeting. Okay. I don't think that Mr. Riley, any liability will work. If you want me to draw it, I will. But if you have a standard one that you'd like to use, I mean, just a standard liability disclaimer if this passes. So, Patty, do we need to go voice? Do we need to go for the motion to table? You want to go that by roll call? Yes. Okay. So motions to table. It's to temporarily table to bring it back for the next meeting. Councilmember Bankard's consideration of mine. Does anybody else have any considerations that haven't been brought up? I didn't go to the city. Let me just do it. Any city concerns? All right, we're back. Let's.
I got a
Yes.
final comment. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So we're going to, if we table this tonight, then we come in with additional language that Councilmember Bankard wanted and the disclaimer that you're going to write, correct? And then we can look at it again in July. I just want to make sure I'm clear that those two changes will be put in there, that he'll do the amended verbiage, and you're going to do the disclaimer. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
That's my understanding. Okay, so a yes vote will table this temporarily for one session. Mr. Riley, there's enough time on that, right, to make the revision?
That one should be easy.
I thought it would be. I just want to check. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Aki,
Aye.
Councilmember Banker,
Aye.
Councilmember Gunn,
Aye.
Councilmember Notaro,
Aye.
Councilmember Swope,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gaddis,
Aye.
Mayor Manzo.
Aye, so the motion is tabled for one meeting to make those two changes, and we will bring this back and get you the pass for you. Okay, item 13 is request the City Council ratification of purchase of additional asphalt for a paving project and approval of a budget amendment. The city manager brought this. There was new curbing on the project that required additional asphalt to ensure positive drainage, and we got hit with 30-some-odd thousand, as I recall, of extra upcharge. So first, the motion.
So moved.
It's what makes the motion.
Okay.
Second, Dave Gaddis, was it? Reed's vote.
I'll defer to the city manager.
Mr. Reed's?
Yes, Mayor and Council, this is a request to ratify the purchase. I authorize the purchase to go forward in accordance with the City Code, Section 2-351, feeling that stopping the project in the middle of the process would not be beneficial to the city, and it would cause us to incur additional mobilization costs to the city. I do have Mark here from Ajax Paving, if you have any questions concerning how, what happened with the paving, and he can explain it, the leveling thing that we had to put in Bellevue Estates Island, and that's why the additional paving.
Mr. Mark, would you please come up here? I would like just a brief explanation just for the citizens' benefit. You know, it's not often that we do have overages, and most of the times these things are always in under budget, but this one is it's a bigger one, so we just want to take a look at it. So if you would, please.
Okay. My name's Mark Miller. I'm with Ajax Paving.
And Mark, you got to speak right to that mic, and you can actually bring that up a little because you're about 6'3", and it's not going to catch you there.
All right. My name is Mark Miller. I'm with Ajax Paving.
Go right ahead. If you would, just a brief explanation to council in somewhat layman's terms about why this happened, what's happened, and what was at work over here to cause
Okay.
this.
Well, Ajax got a PO from the city to mill 1 inch of asphalt and replace 1 inch of asphalt. They hired a second contractor to come in and put new curb in. And because the existing curb was so flat, they had to raise it halfway between the inlets and to encourage positive flow. So when they did that, we had to meet that new elevation, and we had to take the crown out to the middle of the road, which incurred additional asphalt.
Very well explained. Anybody have any questions? Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
How much equipment did you have on the job?
Oh, goodness. A paver, 3 rollers, about 70 pieces.
So to remove that and wait for us to make a decision, we would have transportation in and out.
Yeah, we've had mobilization costs
The
and,
32,000 would have been about 42.
yes, sir.
Any other council questions? Stay up there 1 second. I'm gonna come back to council, but does any citizens have any questions while we have him here? Thanks for coming to the meeting tonight. We appreciate that.
No problem.
I think, from what I saw, it was a really nice job, so.
Excellent.
A really good
Yeah,
job. I
appreciate your
think the
business.
residents were pretty happy from what I heard. So.
Good.
Thank you. Okay, back to council. Any comments? Mr. Reeves, you called me to explain this to me after the fact. As I told you, I did not have an issue with this, given what we just heard. And I gotta tell you, most of the times you bring us projects that are always, for the most part, under budget, okay? Once in a while they do go over, this one's explainable. I have zero problem with this. It was a good decision to move forward with it. We could have mobilized the council for this, but I have a pretty good feeling this will be approved tonight, so. And if it's not, it doesn't matter, you're gonna pay a bill anyway, so it's gonna have to be approved. Any other council comments? Citizen comments? Back to council. Last word, Rita Swope, Benny?
No, go ahead and call the question.
Will do. So this is a request to the city council to ratify the purchase of additional asphalt for the paving project and approval of a budget amendment made by the city manager. The price was $32,384. A yes vote or an aye vote is going to pass this. I'll do this by voice vote, and, right, yeah, all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? It's 7-0, it passes. All right, item 14, consideration of an encroachment easement by and between the city of Bel Air Beach, Florida, a municipal corporation in the state of Florida, and Michael Potoff and Patricia Potoff. First motion.
So moved.
Gaddis.
Second.
Second, Leslie Matera. Gaddis.
Refer to the city manager.
Okay. Mr. Reeves?
Yes, Mayor and Council, in the 70s, the city took possession of the submerged lands, and in those years, people filled their lots before there were seawalls. And basically, the property, if you look in the survey section, Exhibit A, the green area at one time was considered submerged lands in the city. And this has happened to almost every property from First Street all the way to 9th Street. But it gets smaller and smaller. The property just to the north of this a couple years ago had the same issue when the title company came back and said, well, hey, that's not part of your property. So the city at the time developed an encroachment agreement allowing them to utilize the property, and that's really what this is. We're not giving them the land, we're just allowing them to use it because it is their backyard. And what this was, as I said, was created by is because at the time it was probably water, and people came along in the early years of the city and just kept putting dirt in and dirt in and dirt in, and they got a little more land. And so this is a way to correct the situation for the property.
I'm missing something here. They filled the land, our land.
Not this property.
I understand that. This happened you said 20 years ago. They filled, our owners filled the land, our land, took it over adversely, built a swimming pool, a dock, pavers, and now we want to give it to them free of charge to use in perpetuity. We just heard earlier about perpetual easements, and, well, some people may wish there wasn't perpetual easements, but there are. So we're giving this to them, it's perpetual easement, which means we're giving it away, folks, forever. We never can come back and take it. But yet it's our land, and I'm wondering, is there an easement by prescription at this point? I'm talking legal stuff, the city attorney knows what I'm talking about here. What are we doing here? Because I don't see us getting anything out of this. I don't know these people. I have no axe to grind with them one way or the other. I went to visit the property today. It looks like a beautiful backyard, but I mean, how many of these are there in this city, and how much property is rightfully ours, and why are we giving it away? So that's
Well,
three questions.
if you start at First Street and you look at the submerged land in the property appraiser, you'll see the line gets skinnier and skinnier and skinnier as it goes north here, up to about 9th Street, and it runs back into the seawall. And this situation happened with the property, as I said, to the north, and two plus maybe 3 years ago, I think Councilmember Notero was on, I don't know, were you on? No, okay, so it must have just happened just before that. And there was a title issue. So this is the exact same document that we utilized then, other than Fred gave some updates to it.
I'm going to defer to the city, I want to hear what the city attorney has to say. I'm just not in favor of giving away any ownership interest in any land that's rightfully the city. Now, that doesn't mean we have to go after these folks and tell them to rip down the pool. That would probably not be right. That's not what I would seek to do, let's put it that way. But we're getting a lot going by us here in a quick, 9:30 session here. So I don't know if this is ready for prime time, but Fred Riley, I'm gonna call on you on this one, because please advise us legally what we're doing and what we're permanently, giving the city, giving away the city. Let me throw one more thing in there. Our city charter says alienation of lands has to go to the voters. That's the charter. So whether this qualifies under the alienation clause, I'm not sure. It talks more about giveaways and sales of parklands and stuff. But it is alienation of land, I think. So let me throw it all to you, and here you go. This is why you make the big bucks. Or the little bucks. Or not enough bucks.
I would emphasize not enough.
There you go. I second that.
Lynn and I discussed this. There was a prior situation where this is how the issue was addressed. As he stated, the purpose of doing this is to help these people resolve a title issue. The encroachment is there. There's no question, but there's an encroachment onto submerged land, which is owned by the city's, it's within the city's jurisdiction. I'm not trying to get into a debate, but it was submerged land. Now it's not submerged land because it was infilled. So if you returned it back to submerged land, I don't know what great value you get out of it. I don't know when this occurred. For all I know, my guess would be this took place 30 to 40 years ago, and you're basically trying to clear a title issue that's probably been in existence, my guess, 30 to 40 years. So is that the city giving away the land? I would say no, it's not giving away the land. It's not giving away the land. It is allowing an easement onto the land for the purpose of accommodating these folks and clearing the title issue. That's the way I would look at it. And it's something the city council did. There was a prior encroachment easement. I agree with Lynn. To my understanding, this is probably a recurring problem, and my guess would also be that there was a time period where the title companies, when houses were bought and sold, probably didn't pick up on this, but this is, I've dealt with a number of situations lately where due to the advances in technology, they are able to pick up everything, and this is probably one of them. So I don't know that, I haven't looked into it from the standpoint of, would this be a violation of the charter with alienation of property? My gut feeling is it would not be, because you're not alienating the property, you are granting an easement, which is an interest in the property, and from a legal standpoint, it's arguable whether that's an alienation or not.
But they have permanent and exclusive easement in, over, under, through, and across the property, and we're excluded. I mean, there's a wall there, it's not like I can access that or anyone else can unless you came on board.
I'll slightly disagree with that. In section 3C, it says they'll be responsible for the maintenance and make all necessary repairs, etc. Section 3D said it shall be subordinate to any drainage, utility, or communication easement required by the grantor, which is the city, to be issues in order to serve the public interest. So it also states that the city has the dominant interest, they have the subservient interest. So from a legal standpoint, if the city at some point needed a drainage easement that conflicted with this, then this easement would have to yield to the city's need for a drainage easement. So I don't think it's a absolute 1000% giveaway. I think it's an accommodation to them, and with caveats, which includes what is referenced in subsection 3D related to drainage, utility, or communication easement.
Riley, you said that, you know, it was gut feel with regard to the charter. I'm not willing personally to make a vote that could potentially impact the charter, because if we violate the charter, it's grounds for removal. So I don't see any emergent need for this tonight, and my feeling would be for you to get more than a gut feel. I would like you to tell me that it doesn't interfere with the charter. I really don't like this whole thing, but I feel a lot more comfortable if I know it's not interfering with our charter, because if it does, then we can't make that decision.
If it clearly does, then the answer would be no.
Right. But I don't want to put you on the spot to decide tonight. What I'm saying is, do whatever research would be, you know, I'm not going to tell you to research it, but if this council says for you to research it, then we can get conclusive, because we're all liable for our vote if we give this away and it's a violation of the charter. And I'm not going to vote for it if I'm not positive. I'll call the vote, but I'm not going to vote for it.
I would like to ask a question to the city manager. Did it violate the charter at the time they did it before? Do you know of any charter issue that this would violate?
No, we did a lot of research because I didn't know how it happened. And what happened in the 70s is the state, because of this filling problem, gave the documents that I saw, and this was 2 or 3 years ago to recollection, the documents that I saw basically stated that the reason they gave it to us was because people were filling the mitigation, or the submerged lands. And, you know, back in the 50s, 60s, I'm sure there were no seawalls, and basically what happened, in this example, I bought this lot. Actually, the park next to us, that's filled also, even more so than this one.
Yeah.
So
We saw the sinkhole today. We saw the
yes.
sinkhole today.
So that somebody at some point in time, when they built their house, they added a little land to it. They went down the street, added a little more land. Went down the street, added a little more land. And if you go on the property appraiser's website, you'll see the angle of the mitigation or the submerged land that the state gave us. And that was the reasoning for it, was so the city could control this problem with them, people filling to add more to their property. But it caught up with Mrs. Linda and her husband, was it 3 years ago, 4 years ago? Okay, same situation.
And at that time, they didn't find any charter issue either, correct? They wouldn't have.
No, this was it's an encroachment easement for them to utilize the property. We're not giving anything away. It's our property.
I'm not gonna rely on Paul Marino's expertise from 30 years ago. I'm on Fred Riley. He's our city attorney now, so that's where I'm coming from. Glenda, I'm sorry, you're next.
Is this going to be a recurring issue, the properties to the north and to the south, are there also?
It could, if the title companies catch it, then it could be a recurring issue all the way down.
I mean, the implications are, the due diligence kind of thing. Somebody buys a property, well, the first thing you do is you order a survey of the property, take a look, and, if your seawall is 20 feet over to the north and 34 feet over to the south, wouldn't you scratch your head and say, no, you better square this away before I sign off or write you a check? I guess I don't understand how this stuff happens. And so it's the due diligence kind of thing. All of a sudden it's our problem. I understand where you're trying to go for this and trying to make it easy for residents. I do have concerns along the same lines as any future interpretation of, hey, I've had this encroachment easement now for 35 years, why don't you just give me the property or convey the property to me?
Well, I don't think you can convey the property because
because of the charter, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
does that mean that
it's considered submerged lands.
Not anymore.
Exactly.
So,
but I'm saying for the property appraisal, that's what it's considered, submerged lands. And that's what it was when all this came about.
Frank, did you want to speak? Anyone else on council?
I have a question. So, obviously I want to help our residents out, but I guess I'm confused. So now this piece if we grant this piece of land that gets tallied into their property value and they can benefit?
No.
No? Okay. So it's pretty much they're allowed to just go
They're
leave
allowed
this
to
area
go across it. If you look at it, it's not their property value or anything. If you look at the diagram, the space, the little patio, actually, we might get some of their swimming pool. So, no, it's not theirs.
Okay.
It may not be theirs, but I can't get to it without trespassing, because there's a wall that goes straight to the water. The only way you're gonna get on that property is to climb through, well, they have a dock out there, you can dock up at the dock that's not theirs, and you can jump onto the property that's not theirs and try and tell them that it's ours before the police get there and throw you off for trespassing, okay? I don't like this, and I'm with Glenn, I'm gonna agree with him, and he's agreeing with me, which is amazing in itself, but we're giving this away, and the next guy's gonna come, and you've got encroachment easements on our paths, you've got encroachment easements in the park. That park, June showed me a park this morning where there was all foliage and gardens that are grown over, and according to Mark Beam in the past, that's encroaching. I mean, there's no limit to this. We're gonna give away our city, and it is a giveaway because we can't get there anymore. It's not our water. I can't kayak to this anymore because it's filled in. So it is their property for all intents and purposes. It's walled off, it's their dock. It's not like that's a public dock. I want a dock up there. We've got no dock at 7th Street, right? Let's go use this one. Yeah, that'll work, right? No, it won't. So, if this is the information we're given tonight and we want to make a vote on it, that's fine. I'll call the question. If we want to do a little bit more homework and get some better research, somebody could make a motion to table this thing. But I'm prepared to open this up for the remaining council comments, city comments, back to council and call a vote.
And you're also telling me this guy has no perceived increase in his property value because of this?
No.
The tax appraiser doesn't take that in?
That's not his property, it's our property.
Well, yeah, we're saying that it's not his property, but
But
when
the
somebody
city-
walks out his back door and sees that extra 600 square feet where the seawall is and the new dock and the swimming pool that's filled up.
But the city's allowed them, whenever, I don't know when it happened, the city's allowed whoever owned that house at the time to put a seawall in, put a dock in, they permitted all that. All of that's been allowed by the city over the years.
What about a title company that researched this before?
What?
When did they move into this house?
Well, they moved, I don't remember exactly. February.
Did the title company raise some concerns when they did the research on this before they sold the house? I mean, entitlement.
In the Lavindus case, yes, the title company did raise in the Lavindus case. In this case, it was known because, you know, they're neighbors and what happened and, you know, so we were just trying to correct it.
I don't know if we're correcting it, but I'm going to come to city comments, and you have a chance to speak in a second, okay? I'm coming to city comments in a second. Council, any other comments before I move to the city?
I have one more.
Yes.
So how many of these have we issued in the past?
Just one.
Just one. And approximately when was that? Do you know?
4 years.
Okay. So if we don't give them the same opportunity we gave those other people 4 years ago, then we're opening up another door that we don't want to open. Is that correct? In your opinion? Maybe Attorney Riley can answer that.
That's not. That's a legal question.
Say that again, please.
If we don't do this for this couple, and we did it in the past for another resident, what kind of liability are we opening ourselves up to then? I mean, for a long time, all we've heard up here is liability, constitutional stuff, and everything. So if we don't give these people the same rights that the other people were given.
Well, I would encourage you to, when you make a decision, whether it's this evening or another time, to act consistently, because it's bad practice and you'll have a legal issue inevitably if you are acting in an inconsistent manner. Because it's an easement, you don't have to grant the easement, okay? I mean, you can, as a council, decide you're not going to do this, and that is a possibility. Since my understanding of the situation is that there are other properties along the way, and it may have a narrower or wider parcel, then to me, the most prudent thing to do, given the comments that have been made this evening, is to not go forward. It's to table it, and we will look at whether you are violating the charter. Again, my gut feeling is you are not, but I recognize it's a legal issue, and because you may be asked to replicate this in the future, the good practice now would be to make sure you're on solid ground before you pass this one and any other one in the future. So that's what I would recommend to them.
I mean, I agree with you, Fred, completely. I just want to put a more personal note to this. I don't think it's their fault that they're in the situation, and I don't want them to be punished, because that could happen to any of us. So, I mean, from the city standpoint, we gotta definitely, I think we should table this, but just keep in mind that these are people, these are residents, that they didn't ask for this, they didn't fill it in, you know, shovel by shovel to take advantage. If anything, they're the victims here, so we have to keep that in mind too. So, just want to point that out.
I'd like to make one more comment. Lynn alluded to this. I didn't look into it. I have no idea what actually happened. I said earlier, and I'll say it again, my guess is this is a problem that in all likelihood was 30 or 40 years ago in the making, and whether they have the ability to go to court and seek an easement on their own would largely depend on the facts of what happened in the past, and I have no idea what that is. So, again, going forward, the better course of action is table this, and let's make sure we get it right this next time.
Dave, do you have something?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm assuming that the person who received benefit from us 4 years ago is the next door neighbor of this house. Is that correct? Going north, does it form a point, and that's the end of this section of land? It keeps going. How many homes are we talking about?
It goes up to almost 9th Street, and it gets closer to the seawall, and then it fades away.
Mr. Reeves, I'm going to say, I've said it to you a million times, I'll say it 1,000,001. I don't care what they did in the past. And I understand there's certain precedent there, but most of us are up here because we ran against the past, the way this city was being run and run improperly. So I'm not going to duplicate an error because it was done in the past. It was done with a different council that I publicly made my comments about him. So Mr. Riley has said, I think quite wisely, to table this for tonight. Let's get some more research. Let's get basic information. First off, let's find if it's within keeping of our charter, which allows us to even make a decision on it. If it's not, then it goes to the voters if we choose to put it out there. And that we can't change. If somebody wishes to make a motion here, table.
I'll make a motion.
Dave Gaddis makes the motion. A second?
Second.
Second by Robin Aki. There's no discussion on this. We go right to a voice. We can do a voice vote, Patty, right?
Yes.
Yes, we're good with that? Okay. So if we table this, it's tabled for the information for Mr. Riley, Attorney Riley will do some further research along with, it sounds like Mr. Reeves has quite a bit of information too. Maybe get a better package to decide upon here and come back and maybe yea or nay. So vote yes, we'll table this. All in favor of tabling it? Aye. Anyone opposed? It's 7-0. The motion is tabled at this point. Item 15 is request authorization to purchase audio equipment for the community center. The explanation is consideration of a budget amendment to upgrade council chamber sound system and microphones in the amount of $16,373.50. First motion? Reed Swope.
Second.
Second, Robin Hockey. Reed Swope.
I'll go ahead and defer to the city manager.
Yes, Mayor and Council, we had this company come in, Encore Broadcast Solutions. They have a contract with Hillsborough County Public Schools that we can go off of. They came in and did an evaluation of our sound system because that's been a big thing, big issue with the council. They they took iPad and stuff outside the council chambers to try to get clarity for anybody that wanted to call in. Because going forward, I think the council's direction is to eventually have the ability to have Zoom meetings for the residents. And so this is the first step in that. Replace the microphones, so they're more of a spread out microphone. These speakers are 12 years old, and they are tweaked a little bit better since they came, because they did some adjustments on it that day. But replacing the equipment that we're talking about, I think will assist in improving the system. So I'm asking for your approval for this.
Mr. Reeves, you answered a lot of the questions that I had for this. The only question I basically want to know is, first off, the system sounds pretty good tonight. Okay, I mean, I was sitting in the conference room and I couldn't hear what people were saying, but I could hear the voices. Now, in the past, we couldn't hear the voices outside in the back, or where John Hanzig is sitting, which is the middle of the chambers right now. He couldn't hear the voices sometimes. So, I mean, I'm telling you, it's not audible clear across the hall, but I think it was audible all night here for the people who spoke into the microphone. So it seems like that's working good. I understand the Zoom thing, that was the direction where we want to go, but these mics right now, I can hear my echo in this room right now, and I know it's projecting to the back. So I'm just wondering, do these folks give us a guarantee that this thing's going to work the way we expect it to work? Because I don't want to spend $16,000 and then they're like, well, we can make a few more tweaks and we're up to 20 and then we're 25. I mean, I want to know that this is going to correct the problem if we do this.
Well, this is, we went over to Bel Air to look at their system because they're doing kind of the hybrid with the Zoom and all of it. And this is the company they utilized, and we had them come in. Actually, Councilmember Dunn was here the day they came in, and they played with things. These speakers or these microphones are a little out of date, maybe a lot out of date. But I'd have to defer to Vice Mayor Gaddis about that. But they also mentioned to us that our speakers are 12 years old and they need replacement. That day they were here, and they did some tweaks on the system, and I know Councilmember Gunn was sitting in the back of the room that day. He was here at City Hall, I think, to sign checks or something, and they just happened to be here, and it improved dramatically to the back of the room. But you still gotta do this.
Okay, but before, let me ask you, Sheriff, you're sitting all the way in the back. Did you hear what Lynn Riggs was, before he shouted in the mic, he's giving you a thumbs up, so they're hearing it, even if you talk regularly.
So what they're proposing to do is a version of the, what I call the bar mic that we did an experiment with. This is a stand-up mic. They're gonna replace the mics, and then replace the speakers, and then they'll test everything and make sure it's all working properly. So this is just going forward. The council on many occasions has made comments about, let's improve the sound system, let's do this, let's do that. So that's where we're at.
When we spoke last time about, because right now citizens have to come all the way up here to the podium, and it's very inconvenient. They're kind of facing us, but it'd be a lot better if the podium was in the front over here, and they were directly speaking to us, just like you would, that's the way it is in every courthouse. So are we thinking about, I know you and I spoke about that, or is that, we're thinking about that?
We've got to do some more research about it, because we'd have to drill into the floor and get it, because there is no conduit from the middle of the floor that we can take to that room, because that's where the system is.
Why not use a wireless mic?
Well, that's a possibility too, I guess. We did have the wireless here many years ago. I think you probably remember them, Patty, and they didn't work very good. But, you know, that's not to say it can't work. The other issue is that's plugged into these screens and stuff. So putting it there, you're not going to have that capability with that equipment. Unless we bore into the floor and come up with the equipment, which it's hollow under here. I had the luxury of crawling under here.
I'm a big supporter of this thing because I've seen the incremental improvements we've made on this thing, and I've seen Bel Air and what's possible. What I would like to see with that, though, is what's the end product going to look like? Are we going to have video Zoom so somebody can call in and council members can see it and talk to them? Are we going to have a podium there where people don't have to traipse across the room and line up along the walls? I mean, what's the end vision for what this is going to look like for $16,000? That's all I'm asking for. Is I support you 100% on this, and I want to join the 1990s when it comes to audio visual. But I would sure like to make sure that
this is not the be-all, end-all. This is the start to improve our speaking, you know, for the audience to hear. It does work with the Zoom out in the hall, and you can actually hear the person. This has nothing to do with moving the podium, but we can go back and ask them. And has nothing to do with, you know, we can do the video on the big screen back there, but it really has nothing. Well, I guess that's a question I need to have more discussion with concerning that.
Yeah, I'm always a proponent of requirements-based procurement. I mean, start with what we expect to see, what we want. Don't have the sound guys come in and tell us exactly what we want. We're the customer, we tell them what we want, build it to our specifications.
Well, we did tell him what we were trying to do the day they were here. We asked them to come in to look at the system. We did tell them what the problem was. The problem was the sound, the microphones, the Zoom issue and the communication with somebody being able to talk for the council to hear. That's where we went first. We haven't went further, but if that's what you want me to do, then that's fine. We'll have to come up with a package, and you know it's going to be significantly more than this.
This is step one, basically. And I haven't seen this system. I've started doing a little research, but I didn't spend most of my time on this. But it's my understanding that this will get this out of my eyes. And everyone will still be able to hear us, and we will, they'll pick up, because there are multiple microphones in one single unit, whereas this is just one.
As I said, this is the start. I mean, you want the podium, we'll talk to them about that. Maybe there's for not much change, we just tell them to change that microphone to a wireless, and you put the wireless transmitter in.
Is that power right there?
Yeah, there's power.
If you can get near either one of those, you can have whatever you want. It just takes wireless.
I agree.
Yeah, wireless.
I'm looking at the wires.
Yeah, the wires are gonna kill somebody.
For the wire guys.
I guess my question is, if this is the start, what's the end?
Yeah, good question. Good
Well,
question.
where the council wants to go. Moving the podium, that may not cost us anything, but I'll talk to them about that. That's not a problem. But, if you're wanting to see who's calling in on that video up there, that we haven't went there yet.
My eyesight is still 2015. That's better than 2020, and that screen is too far away for council members to see, who don't even have maybe that luxury of good eyesight. I think this council, my personal opinion, agreeing with you, who are agreeing with me, it's been freezing in hell, but we need to, we've had some disagreements lately. That's exactly it. So, but we're agreeing now, and that's a good thing. I think we need to spec this out. I don't like the idea of this is the first installment, and I don't know where this is going, because I would never buy anything for my house that way. I want to know, we need to come together and say, here's our Taj Mahal project, and we want wireless mics, and we want to, all this, that, and the other thing, and then we can see what that costs, and then we can cut it down to what we really need, and spec that, because I don't want to spend the citizens' money twice. I want this system to be good for the next, 12, 15 years we've had this system. This one needs to be good for the next 15 years, and I agree. We got to get into the 90s before we get into the 2000s, but I don't want to do it incrementally. Let's just go there. I mean, come on, little bar bands have wireless microphones. They're not that expensive. They're in the music catalogs. I mean, we can redo this stuff and get it right, where you have a wireless mic and people don't even have to come up here and cause all this trouble, So, the trouble hopping over wires and stuff, that's on top of it.
Well, it's sad that we've talked about this over and over and over again, and we've gotten this far and we're not ready to take this step again. As far as moving the podium, when you move that in the middle, then you're going to have the gentleman running the camera where he's going to be getting their backside. And maybe we could just move it over to where a little bit where they're still angling this way. We don't need a courtroom type setting, so to speak. We just need to have them be a little bit further into the room. But otherwise, you're going to run into an issue with him, and then you're going to run into another issue with having more cords dragged over there to his camera. We need to figure out maybe a permanent placement for that. But my concern is if we have discussed this, and we have sent you out to do all of this research over and over again, and then we're not ready to make a decision. I'm just confused why we keep doing this over and over again.
Can I add to that? Basically, I believe that, let's see here, labor and programming, do you see the cost of that? I'm pretty confident with a charge like that, we're going to be able to do the audios, and we're not going to have a big screen up there that we can look at, but I believe that we'll be able to interact with people. Now, I could be wrong, but you said you tested Zoom.
Right. We went out in the hall and over into the other office and did the Zoom, and you could hear it.
Okay, so you could hear the person that was out there on their iPad.
Right.
Okay. And it was nice and clear?
It was like you were speaking into the mic right now.
Having a conversation back and forth. And that's, I believe that's what we were looking for and what we asked for. Yes, the video would be nice, but at the end of the day, it's going to be whatever is on the moderator's screen. I believe that's how that works. So probably for a minimal cost, not through this company, obviously, we can go for video in the next step. Just a suggestion.
Anyone else on council?
Well, does this plan include anything with these TVs? Because before they were used for presentation, so the audience could see what we were seeing, we had our computer here.
You're talking about the TVs above?
For the
I think
Zoom?
at some point in time, we've got to replace them. I mean, at one time, I thought about taking these two and turning them around so they face the console, but, well, with COVID, we've got the audience back a little bit, so that doesn't have any effect.
Well, and that's why I'm so adamant about having the end product in vision, because, yeah, I have no problem with the audio portion of this, but if we try to integrate it with video down the road, only to find out that the audio stuff doesn't shake hands with the video stuff, and we've got to start replacing amplifiers or running new Bluetooth and wire, but I'm all for it. This baby steps, start with the audio, but let's just spec it out far enough down the road so that if the intention is to have video zoom in and see the council members, see who's calling in and that sort of thing. Let's just make sure that our contractor understands that whatever we do in the future, it's got to be fully integrated and work together. Does that make sense?
It's all the sense in the world. I mean, because you buy a bunch of equipment, and to what Councilmember Swope said, this is the first time we're speccing out this system. We've complained about this video and audio, and the citizens have complained about it for quite some time, okay? It's no one's fault. Systems get old. I'm amazed you got 15 years out of the system. That's tremendous, okay? But it's time to upgrade it, and I'm with Glenn Gunn. We're gonna upgrade this. I have no problem. But I wanna do it once, and I wanna do it right. And I'm not confident that what we have right here is going to work with this. He's right, we're going to 1990. Well, that's great, but we're going to 2021 here with Zoom. So I don't want to hear down the road, well, we really can't hear what they're saying on the computer screen. That's a different microphone setup. Wait a minute. Tell me you know what we're looking, well, maybe we don't know what we're looking for, but let's spec out what we really want and make sure everything meshes. Because the last thing we need is another closet of equipment that, doesn't work for us.
To that note, maybe we can ask for like a two-part system, like here's the audio package first, and then here's the video package, and guess what, they are compatible, but hey, let's do this first, and then we'll budget for this one next.
At this point, I just table it and I'll go back to them and.
But ask for that, like, we're interested in video down the line, but they have to talk.
But I want you to make it clear that if you want all the bells and whistles, and I'm sure Vice Mayor Gaddis will tell you this, it's not going to be cheap. So
This is nothing more than microphones and speakers.
That's right.
And then I guess programming that system over there.
Right.
Well, programming and installing it all.
But with capability for future upgrades that aren't going to conflict with the ones we're buying.
That's fine. I'll go back and ask him, but when I bring you the culture shock.
It's not a culture shock. I mean, if we can't afford it, then that's fine, but at least we're seeing what, and maybe it's like any other project that you do, you have great visions and people want to build a house out of marble, and then it ultimately gets built out of concrete because marble's just too expensive, but let's see what it costs.
Scope creep and price creep, we understand it, but maybe you just phase it. Maybe phase one this year, this budget cycle is the audio portion. Next year we phase the video, but the game plan is the two are going to talk to one another. Don't start with a big blank sheet of paper to design the video only to find out it doesn't match up with the audio.
Well, what we did here was what the council kept giving us direction about. That's what we did here.
We asked for a rock.
That's right. I think what's missing here is that there's no outcome statement. We see that there's a bunch of equipment and installation. Okay, what do we get with all that? What's it going to do for us? And maybe if you could get Encore to explain it in writing. I want to sign off on this now, but if it's not right, whenever they bring it in here, and they were mad because we spent nearly 20 grand and it still doesn't satisfy our needs. That's a tough pill to swallow.
So, table it, that's what I'd say to do.
I'll entertain a motion.
And I'll ask them to come to a meeting.
That would be good.
Works. Awesome.
Motion to table.
Motion to table by David Gaddis, second and third. No discussion on that, so a yes vote will table this for future investigation by the city manager. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? 7-0, the motion's tabled. It takes care of the regular business. We now move into unfinished business. Is there any unfinished business?
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes.
brought up a buoy issue last month and you told me we were going to do it.
Yes.
I figured that would be
Do
under.
you want to pick it up here, or you want to do it during your time? If we do it here, we can discuss it, so this is probably a good spot to do it, so.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Back in 2000.
I can't hear you. That system, we should have passed the thing.
Anyway, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
So anyway, I brought up an issue last month about buoys missing from First Street, Bellashore Shores to, well, there's one around 17th Street in Bellashore Shores, currently. And looking into this, I brought up there was a permit issued in 2002, a joint permit with our name on it. We did the maintenance, we did this installation, we did the reinstallation they were missing. Looking further into this, in 2020, we got a permit to remove unnecessary buoys and actually remove Bellashore Shores from that permit. That all said, if you go back into the archives, and I brought this up because it's a safety issue, okay? Someone's going to get hurt, fatal, whatever. Go back in the archives, and I want to make this as quick as possible because of the time. In 2012, Bellashore Shores noted there were buoys missing. I won't use the commissioner's name, but he says they need to be replaced. They're a safety need. They are effective in keeping boats out. He also said if it saves one life or prevents a bad injury, it's worth having buoys out. Okay, and some of the commissioners were arguing about the cost. Fast forward a few years later. I'll leave the commissioner's name out again. We don't want to replace the buoys. It costs us about $10,000 every year. Bellashore Shores is only a mile long. Boaters know from the neighboring towns buoys where the limits are. Okay, which is, I don't know why we put locks on our doors. Okay. Anyway, and then another commissioner said he agreed with that commissioner after being assured the town would have no liability resulting from a lack of buoys. So going in, I probably spent a couple hours a week talking to Florida Wildlife Conservation, going back and forth. They said this is a matter of Bellashore Shores should reinstall. I brought up navigational orders, below means tidal order is the state's responsibility. He says it is and it isn't. The municipalities are given the right to establish ordinances, which Bellashore Shores has the same, almost a mirror ordinance as we have. 100 yards, you stay out of the boat. That all said, he also said, who ticketed any fines from 2002 to 2020, any violations? And I said, I guess we did since we were the property holder, or since we had held the permit. So,
Would have been the sheriff.
well, the sheriff, what ticket book would have been written? It would have been Bellashore Shores or would have been Bellashore Beach?
I don't know, I don't honestly know what, well, actually, it probably was written in our ticket books at the time, but those were going to the sheriff's office for handling.
Right, and then you looked a little bit further into Bellashore Shores with the shade stuff, and they didn't have an ordinance passed to collect fines at this present time. So he said, well, most probably you guys collected the fines for that 18-year span. That all said, he says, being such a small town, this should be the responsibility, if Bellashore Shores doesn't want to do it, the county, which is like pulling teeth, okay, off of the tire, all right? So I wrote to them, and I got a lot of nowhere so far, which I'm not gonna give up. But it's apparent that we have about 300 homes from First Street to 16th Street where the buoys are missing. So we get more of a benefit than Bellashore Shores does. There are probably 18 or 20 homes in that area. Now, we're just talking about spending $16,000 for a sound system. How much would it cost, because I ran this by FWC, to put 4 buoys, one like at 3rd Street, one at 6th Street, one maybe at 9th Street, one at 12th Street, since there's already one there at 16th Street. That we would pick up the cost as good neighbors. Now, to see if our neighboring town is really acceptable, they would say, sure, if you're going to pay for it, you'll do it. Or, no, we want you to get hit. Okay? We'll see who's a good neighbor here. Okay? So how much would it cost to really put 4 buoys in? Because he said it would be acceptable to put on the map 4 additional buoys.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can find that out.
They're saying it's around $500 a buoy.
Well, the cost of the buoy plus the cost of installation.
Yes.
Yeah, it's maybe a little more than that.
Yeah.
I think we spent last fiscal year, I want to say $18,000 or $19,000 to replace our missing buoys.
How many?
How
many was that?
I want to say it was like, it's almost $1,000 a buoy by the time we do everything.
So we're talking maybe $4,000.
And we'd have to go back and ask for the permit.
He said the permit, there's no cost to apply for it.
No, that's not the issue. The only issue, the person I talked to up there was that they weren't issuing, once they're taken out, they weren't issuing any permits, so we need to.
Well, they're not issuing permits under idle speed. The statute was changed in 2020 to 327.46. The buoy would have to say no boating restriction,
Yeah.
which is even better. So.
Yeah, I know that he told me they changed the.
Yeah. But I mean, ever since the FWC got combined back in 1998 and they did away with the Florida Marine Patrol, you only have the sheriff. When you call and complain with the sheriff will not do anything because they're saying, where's the buoys? All right?
Frank, first, I want to thank you for how much hard work you put into this, and you're being modest, and I'm not going to say who you spoke to, but I've spoken to those individuals about other topics. They're like, who's Frank Banker? Who's Frank Banker? You're all over the place with this in terms of your work, okay? And it's incredible. People have no idea the amount of effort you're putting in. And you have my complete admiration for what you're doing here. You have talked to a lot of people, and I know it.
Well, I'm going to probably keep pushing this. Well, I will
Keep pushing.
And I have other avenues I'm going to probe.
The way to get this, for us to act, to get a resolution, is we could do a resolution as a council, which you can bring, okay? And write it up with what you just said, see what we have to do. This council will either pass it or not. We can, at that point, that resolution can instruct the city manager to approach Bellashore with the proposal and see what they will say. And that, like you said, they have a decision to make at that point in time. In terms of rounding up prices, I know, having done the budget the last 2 years, and Lynn's in the process of doing it right now, there's been buoy replacements in our budget, so we know what it costs, and we have a pretty good idea what it costs to do ours, and whatever it costs to do ours is what it's going to cost to do there.
Well, I don't mind writing a resolution. Is it appropriate to give it to Mr. Riley to wordsmith it out?
Anybody on council have a problem with that? I mean, I'm totally in favor of safety, so I'm not going to say.
You're not doing much, right?
He has nothing to do, so he can have it for you probably the end of the week. The consensus is yes, right? Going forward with that? Yes. Okay. So Frank, thank you. Yeah. Let's move it forward. It's summer season. Any other unfinished business? Fred Riley, legal, city attorney.
Attorney report. I'm this evening going to give an attorney report which consists of 2 comments and then an observation. The First comment is that Lynn and I have worked over the course of the last month, 6 weeks, on the recommendations made by the Code Review Committee, which related to changes and amendments to the ordinance. Lynn and I worked on 2 specific ordinances for this current meeting. The methodology we used was, let's do this a bite at a time rather than one, gigantic extravaganza type ordinance that had multiple code amendments in it. I think this is a much better way. It's a much more target-specific amendments, and that's what we will continue to do. So I wanted to just tell you the methodology. My expectation is next meeting in July, we'll have, likelihood 2 more, and then we'll continue working through the program. So that's the first comment. Second comment is I had prepared a topic called Future Amendments to Ordinances, and I was going to walk through that with you this evening, and my guess it'd take about 10 minutes. I would respectfully request that, given the late hour, I postpone that to a future meeting, and if that's okay, that's what I'll do, which will lead me to the observation. There's a number of things that this evening the council has decided to continue and table till for another day, and I will just make the observation, in many respects, that is a very appropriate way to do things, and I'll tell you what you already know. The city council, due to the sunshine law, working with Lynn and working with Patty, we have tried to prepare the things for the city council meeting that we understand are the priorities and that the council needs to address. Due to the sunshine law, y'all can't discuss them outside of the confines of this meeting, and there's a number of things, and I'll just pick the one that was recent in memory in this meeting related to the alienation of property. Those are things just so everybody's clear, I'm not sorry that those come up, because those are relevant things. You're planning ahead for the future, you want to be consistent with your policy, and the reality, and this is the point I want to make to the council, I could have spent 5 hours writing that, and I could have spent 5 more hours researching everything in Florida law, and I, at the end of the day, could have given you a bill for 10 hours worth of effort. I didn't do that. What I have tried to do in working with Lynn and Patty, I very much try to do this, is be efficient with my time, efficient with the focus of what I'm doing, and occasionally there are going to be times when y'all discuss things and an issue comes up, and then we should table it for another day. One of the, I don't know if it's a benefit or curse that I have to work with, is most city councils don't have 2 lawyers on it, okay?
It's a curse.
The 3. Who's the other 2?
Oh, 2, I'm counting you.
I'm not a
Council,
council.
city council.
But, most councils don't have 2 lawyers, and,
And I stayed in the Holiday Inn Express ones.
Sir?
And I stayed in the Holiday Inn Express ones.
Well, I will say, in the spirit of goodwill, I have the blessing to have 2 of you on this council, although at times y'all want to make me pull my hair out.
You got a lot of hair. you're not getting any sympathy from me.
So I'm just making the observation, it's not uncommon that things need to be delayed for another day, and I'll leave you with this comment. What you're trying to do, and you've demonstrated this again over and over again tonight, is despite at times what may be unconventional ways of trying to get there, you're trying to make the decisions that are in the best interest of the citizens who elected you. So that's my comment. At times, this is a messy process, but it's necessary to do the things the way you do them in order to get the best outcome you can. And I hope that's one of the citizens came up to me and talked to me in the break, and he told me I had sage legal advice and a calm demeanor, and I told him I very much appreciated the comment, and I hope I live up to that in doing the role that I have. So that's my attorney report for this evening, and certainly will stand in for any questions that you may have.
Fred, I'm oftentimes find myself in a position of, finding things and stuff in here. And I want, there's not a lot of people left in the audience, but people will watch this tape. And I want people to be crystal clear about this, okay? I'm not doing this to say, ooh, Fred, I found something you didn't, okay? You could have 3 attorneys look at something and you probably get 5 different viewpoints on it, because that's just what attorneys do. But I'm looking at it from one angle, Fred might be looking at it from another. He's trying to draft it to make it a cohesive document. I will say this, and I'll debate anybody on this council or anybody in this city. Fred Riley is an excellent attorney. Excellent. I would vote for you again if you come up again. This year we'll look at your contract and I'll be voting for you again. You're fair, you're smart, and you look at and you work with people. And I think you have a very excellent demeanor in terms of when we get these hot button issues on how you can diffuse things sometimes. So I think you're perfect for the city. That's my opinion. And I don't know if other people have different opinions, but when people hear me saying something that, oh, we found this or we found that, that's not a knock on Fred. We want the best law out there, because in the end, when we as a council pass it, I take ownership of that law. And the last thing I want to find is 3 years from today, somebody beats it to the ground in a courtroom. I don't want to find that. I want to make sure we put out the best thing we can put out. If it takes a little longer, so be it. It takes a lot longer time to fight a lawsuit. So you're doing a great job as far as I'm concerned. I do have one final comment, but I want to open it up to council before I make my comment, because it's something totally different. Does anybody else have comments for Fred? Then Fred, I have another comment for you, and I have to bring this up as a matter of public concern in this city. I brought this up to the city manager's attention last month. I did not hear back from him. I didn't hear back from you, but I didn't ask him to speak to you. So I do need to bring this up, okay? Earlier tonight, I had to invoke the recusal process, which is section 286.012. There's also, as you know, the voting conflict statute of the Florida statutes, which is 112.3143, voting conflicts. I did that out of an abundance of caution and on advice from counsel from the ethics. But we have a situation on this council, it's been ongoing for a month and a half, which may or may not be a similar situation, and I'm not hearing similar recusals. So I'm going to lay out the facts to the city, and then you can do what you wish, and you can give me whatever advice you wish, okay? The situation has come up that our city manager has sold his house, and he sold his house on June 7th. And that's not a problem in itself. He sold it for $640,000. It was a beautiful house. It sold very, very quickly. I was told by a citizen that the house was for sale that was back in May, I believe. And I believe I did question, I said to you, I spoke with you briefly on that, and we said, speak to the city manager about his intentions. He told me his intentions, that although he's not going to be in Bel Air Beach, he was going to be still with us. That was all I was concerned about, that he was going to still be our city manager. But when we went around the block to look at the listing sign, Rita Swope is the broker of record on the house, on the for sale sign. And that raised a potential conflict issue with me. So I spoke to Lynn Reeves about it, and he said that he had utilized 2 bids for bidding it out. That's up to him how many bids he had. But the situation is as follows. The real estate, and this, I only know these are the facts. The fact is there was a sign in front of the house that was for sale, Rita Swope with the listing broker. That was a listed item, that was a documented listing. We have a copy of that listing. And the situation comes in that typically the listing broker receives a commission. I don't know if that was the arrangement or not. I don't have the contract. But that would call into question, since Lynn Reeves works for Rita Swope and works for this council, calls into question several ethics issues. And that would be basically an ongoing conflict. She does, and we do the reviews, we do the evaluations, we just approved a budget change or an ordinance change that gave the city manager more latitude. So the question comes in is, do we have conflict of interest under 112.3143? Even if we don't, do you have the situation that I was in tonight, that there was no conflict of interest, but there's a perception of conflict of interest, 286.012. And I'll tell you this, a citizen has called the State Ethics Board, informed them of the factual situation, and the response from the State Ethics Board was, this is a matter of serious concern for them. So no formal charges, as far as I know, have been done. I've certainly not filed any formal charges, but it is important for me, as the mayor of this city, before we start going into the budget season and having a lot of votes, and then potentially being invalid, to bring this up to you, inform you of the situation, and see what's the best course of action at this point.
Before you answer, may I make a comment, since obviously he's, discussing me? Yes, I was a listing agent. I was not a broker. My brokerage, I worked for them. So what you're saying is, like, Lynn couldn't walk into Dave Gaddis's company and buy a part from them because he was...
I said the facts.
No, I'm stating the facts too. You're basically saying that my profession, I can't sell a private residential property because it interferes with something that you think is an ethics violation, which it is not. I checked with my broker before I listed it, and it was not an ethics violation because it is a private property. It's not a city property. I can list any residential home I want to list. You're trying to mess with my profession now, and that is not right. And I'm telling you what, if we want to go down that road, and you are incorrect on several facts, it did not sell for $640, and since you wanted to publicly state that, it sold for $665. And what my sellers do, or their intent to do when they sell a home, is their private business. I don't discuss that with anyone. But I work for brokerage. I do not have to stand back and say I can't take a listing when that's my profession. Everybody in this council knew exactly what my profession was prior to me running and prior to me getting on here. So you're saying that we can't do any kind of business with any other person because of our city council, then you're interfering with my profession. And
Okay, hang on a second.
no, I am not finished.
Point of order. You're saying what I said, but
I
that's not...
object to your point of order.
You can't, you have no right to object.
Why?
Okay? I called the point of order on you.
I know, but I'm
No, it's
objecting
not.
to calling it.
Ms. Swope, it's not debatable. You want to pull out Robert's Rules of Order? You're to listen, and I'm going to talk. You can't go to
I'm
what...
asking the city council to vote.
You're out of order. If you keep this up, we're going to be here at 11 o'clock because I'm going to adjourn the meeting and get with the city. Okay, fine. We're adjourned for 5 minutes. I want to see the city manager and the city attorney in the conference room to discuss Ms. Swope's actions. We'll decide how we're going to deal with this. That's what we're supposed to do. 3 times.
I'd request before you do that I be allowed to make a comment.
Well, okay. I have a point of order, number one.
You certainly do.
Okay, and the point of order is she's out of order. You cannot say what my reason or intent was. I never said anybody committed an ethics violation. I said, these are the ethics things that are implicated. Is there a situation here? This is a matter of city business, and her broker, it doesn't matter what her broker says, it matters what Florida ethics says. That's what's at question, not her broker. Now, with that, Mr. Riley.
Okay, my comment is, I would suggest to the city council that I look into this situation and then I will dutifully get back to the city council with my review, whatever it yields. That's the only fair way to do that. You had briefly mentioned that to me a long time ago. I don't even know when it was, probably 2 months ago or a month ago or whatever. And my suggestion at that time, as you stated, was to contact Lynn and discuss it directly with him, which now I understand you did. You, of course, can't contact Rita because of the Sunshine Law. So you know, in an ideal world outside of state government, you would have been able to go to each person, but you can't do that. So you did the part that you could do, and this is another instance where, as messy as it is, it has to be brought up in a public setting. And to be fair to everybody concerned, the only reasonable thing for me to do is to look into it further and not do that with a pronouncement after we've been in a meeting for 4 hours and 43 minutes and give you some assessment of the merits of the case. I really would prefer not to do that. And I think that's only fair to everybody concerned.
I'm not asking for you to do that here. In terms of people doing their profession, you can perform your profession with anyone you want. But when you're performing it for your employees, that's where the issue comes in. And if that's not understood, then let's turn it over. I'm going to request that this matter, I want to hear what you have to say, but I would really like to see a written letter from the state ethics in terms of how they view this thing. Because if they are taking such a strict view that a mere hint of a benefit on a motion to say we're not a member of a lawsuit needs to require a recusal, then I want to see what their opinion is on this.
Well, I'll make another comment. In my role, there are times when I know about a situation ahead of time and I'm asked for legal advice prior to somebody acting. In this situation, it's the opposite way. It would appear to me from what has been said, some action has already been taken. There are times that the lawyer has the ability in working with people, one, to understand what actually happened, and secondly, to propose a remedial measure. And I don't know whether that's available for this situation or not. But I am saying again, the only reasonable thing for me to do is to not comment further and give both all people involved an opportunity to explain what the situation is. And I will again dutifully respond to you in the city council in a written format. That's fair. And fair to everyone involved.
I would like to make one final comment. When I did review Lynn, the review was the same as the year before, just so the entire city council knows. There was no changes except for his goals. I did not have the listing at that time. He didn't call me for an interview until way after that, so it did not have any impact on anybody's grades or anything that I did. So, I mean, you're trying to make something out of nothing because you're just furious with me. You've always been furious.
Here's your point of order, because you're telling me.
Fine, I'll take your point of order.
Right. And let me tell you what I'm thinking, okay? I'm thinking you don't know your ethics rules. Because it has nothing to do with it. It has to do with the appearance of the impropriety. The appearance of the impropriety. And this stinks. Mr. Riley, I'll be waiting for your report. I have no other comments. Any comments from the city for the city attorney? None? We move on to the city manager, Mr. Reeves.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I've given you a Bellashore, Bellashore Beach comparison report under my tab. Let's see, what is it? 18 with the sheriff's office over the last 4 months, because I wanted to kind of update you on this service. We keep talking about what the sheriff's doing for us and what they're doing next door. And there were, at last month's meeting, I thought there were some misrepresentations of several items. And I want to just give you this. Over the period of January through April, the city of Bellashore Beach had 242 calls for service. The city of Bellashore had 12. I know I've received several emails, and there was a statement made about breaking the beach in Bellashore. And I get the impression, based on what's been said, is that we shouldn't be doing anything for anyone. well, we shouldn't give City Hall away to our condo associations, turtle training, fire districts, Bel Air's used it in Pinellas County. We spend over $500 a month across the street maintaining a pond that is not the City of Bel Air beaches, and the county gives us nothing for that. So, you know, this is just some thoughts that need to be thought about. The Gulf Boulevard money, there was a comment made that they didn't give us anything. Bellashore gave us $795,000 of that last Gulf Boulevard penny. There's another $1,105,000 potential, and I think I'm gonna have to go to Bellashore and see if they're gonna give us that, because that's for the Gulf Boulevard beautification. Our portion of that is $2,946,000, and they have a 1.1 million contribution. And I think, unless the council has a problem with that, I need to have that discussion with them, because this is part of our Gulf Boulevard underground project, and that's all the money can be used for. The way the interlocal agreement reads, it says that the funds can be given to Bel Air Beach. I found nothing that in the previous agreement other than the same language, and I have found no documents that say we did anything other than what we did. We took the money and did things down the boulevard for the beautification. So I just want to, you know, instead of, you know, some of the misrepresentations, let's be clear. You know, Bellashore gave us $800,000 for Gulf Boulevard, so of their money. And I do want to clear up, there's been no lawsuit, to my knowledge, no claim against the city for any of the beach lots. To my knowledge, there's never been a claim. I think that was spoken tonight, and I thought there again, it's just misrepresented. You know, there was a claim for Morgan, not Bellashore, so we didn't have any claim there. So something that's come up, the governor hasn't signed the bill yet, but if this mandate happens, it could cost us anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000. There's a stormwater needs assessment mandate, and I've been following it, but so far he hasn't signed it. The budget was set at your desk tonight, so you can start reviewing that. The assessments for the Bellevue Estates Island, currently the people that are paying $1,611.70, or their assessment's going to be reduced to $1,313, and the 1,267 group is going to be reduced to $1,103 in next year's taxable assessment. And then there's 4 homes that were paying $418 because they paid part of it up front. Theirs is going to $383. The audit committee, or audit proposals, we got 2 proposals. One from our current auditor and one from another auditor. The audit committee is meeting tomorrow night to go through those.
Who's the other one, Lynn? Who's the other auditor?
Was it Schnetzel and Hauser? And their base bid was $25,000. Our auditor's base bid was $17,500. So, but the audit committee is meeting tomorrow night to look at those. The stormwater, the flood map changes. There's a girl in the county, Lisa Foster's been going around giving presentations. I put a copy of the presentation in your binder. There's just really, I know Vice Mayor heard it at the Big C, but just a couple things that I want to highlight. On page 7 in that, 12% of the county firm map received a decrease, and the beaches elevations received a decrease. As an example, A lot of the homes that were in the BFE 10-foot in this end of town went to 8-foot. And then 8% of the county, which is mostly up in Upper Tampa Bay, the Oldsmar area, they had BFE increase. The county did a vulnerability study. This study was started in 2012 by FEMA. The county did a vulnerability study that started in 2017-18 timeframe, and their vulnerability, and that's something that we're going to have to discuss over the next coming months because the maps are taking effect August 24th. What the county's proposing is to add freeboard to, if the BFE dropped to 8 and it was 10, then add 2 more foot of freeboard to leave it at the same. But that's something that the city council, and we can discuss further. If you go to page 17, they basically are saying do nothing, accept the maps as they are. We, of course, received our copies of the new maps and hold the line. The county's position, or the Lisa Foster's position, is we should go with the vulnerability study is. And it's kind of mixed. And I really don't, based on what I know from the meetings I've been to, I think the county-wide, most of the staff feels that they'll get pushback if they try to raise it too much. So, as I mentioned, currently, and I just use this in the town because the BFE dropped 2 feet. If you go to Bellevue Estates Island area, the BFE dropped a foot. You were 10, now you're 9. And I've got the map available if anybody wants to come and see it. It doesn't go into effect. So if you go to page 26, the do nothing, adopt the hold the line is adopting the county's vulnerability study and make the firm BFE and current freeboard higher to relate to current conditions, or integrate new data for the 100-year and 500-year possible, which means the freeboards could. And just to clarify, what the freeboard means is I'm adding a foot to the elevation. There are some cities that have 3-foot of freeboard. So if your BFE is 10, you have to start your first floor at 13. So that, it's just higher up. The risk rating that's coming out is called risk 2.20. They're starting to do some training on that so we can kind of find out a little more information, because how they're going to rate your flood insurance is going to be based on this new risk factor. So it's a little different than previously when they really looked at what the BFEs were. So just some information for you. Vice Mayor, if you've got any other comments that you heard.
It was interesting that FEMA would go one way and Pinellas County would go another. It's basically, you had conflicting information. It went down in one direction with FEMA and it went up with Pinellas County. What Pinellas is trying to do is they're trying to reach a general consensus amongst all municipalities that we select one or the other, or these 3 choices basically. And the presentation was swift. It was a lot of information and very little explanation to go along with it, to back it up. So I spoke with several mayors today about this and what their towns and cities had agreed upon, and some went with the extreme high, some decided to do nothing, and I so far haven't heard anyone say, well, we'll take the new FEMA standard. That being said, they only gave us 2 weeks, And this is the first because of the sunshine, this is the first one that we've been able to discuss it at all. The problem is, every town that I've spoken to, they don't have enough information to make a good educated decision. So it's still, they're asking for more. And I'm certain they're gonna have to come back and do another presentation. Maybe it's something we should look into.
They are, because part of the problem is, the FEMA did this vulnerabilities, the county did the vulnerability study years later from the time that FEMA started. So, and the new insurance risk rating system is going to change how they rate as opposed to what they do now. And we haven't got clarification on that. As an example, and I'm going to use my former house, it was a 10, now it's an 8, okay? So, is that going to make my $4,600 flood insurance go to down? They're telling us, you know, the FEMA people are telling us probably not. It might drop a little bit, but not much. So that clarity's got to come out, because that's probably the biggest issue with the residents is, what's it going to cost me?
Right, and what I'm seeing is if you side with the study that was done, the modified FEMA standard, basically, then you're agreeing that, oh, okay, everything new must be higher, therefore everybody that's lower, they're going to get dinged big time. And that's not what we want.
No.
And I think it was St. Pete Beach, I believe, I can't remember which town it was, but they said, yes, we adopted them both, and we're writing it into our code right now.
Well, there are some cities, but as I said, there's a lot of cities that feel the staff, I'm talking the staff feels that they're going to get pushback from their residents because of this situation. And, you know, if it's going to cost them more money, or we're going to start raising standards, it's not going to affect any house that's built now. It's only going to affect the house that's, you know, built.
This is amazing. I went, when FEMA was proposing these maps 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, I went to that hearing, I went to their presentation, I sat with the engineers, millions of dollars, years of study, and we're gonna have the local officials who know nothing. Oh yeah, let's put 2 more foot of freeboard and just invalidate their entire study. This is unbelievable. That local people would just basically usurp the government agency and say, no, we know more than them. Yet don't, and I can't believe it. I can't let's bring this up here, but I'd love to have one of the FEMA people come in and tell me how much research was done versus what one of these other city mayors have done, or one of these other city councils have done, or the county for that matter, okay? To me, the whole idea that it was dropping and the VE zones were changing, that's also part of this, is great, okay? It certainly changes the buildability of certain lots and what you have to do to put an actual residence there. And it cuts your costs if you go from a VE to an A zone. And then for local people to just come and just say, dismiss it, oh, we know better. You don't know better. I completely think this is absurd. I hope we don't go down that road.
At this point, our ordinances currently have auto adoption in the map, which takes effect August 24th. And that doesn't mean that we can't change something later, but our ordinances have already been cleared by the state, FDEM, excuse me, and FEMA has verified that and sent back that, yes, our ordinances are good to auto-adopt and accept the maps. But we can adjust, so just because we auto-adopted doesn't mean that we can't change something later if we want to. Currently, our building is set with the Florida Building Code. It's whatever the BFE is, plus 1 foot. What they're proposing, as I said, is, well, maybe the city needs to adopt an ordinance that says BFE plus 2 foot or whatever it is. So this is what I call an ongoing process, and I'm not sure that, based on what I've heard from other city staffs, I'm not sure that they're gonna get a consensus on this.
I want.
So, that's that for now, and we'll have some more discussion as we get more information.
So
Last thing I have,
Hang on one second, Frank, I have a question.
are you saying if FEMA's gonna redo their maps again, or?
no,
Or,
August 24th, the new ones are coming out.
yeah, so is it under the bigger flood rule, are we gonna be going back to grandfathering for all this?
No.
Is that, you know what I'm saying? Because that ship probably sailed 2 years ago now.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. I'm interested to see, and we haven't got any information, I'm really interested to see what this RIS 2.0 and how that works with the insurance, to say, be able to say, and when they do start the training, I'll definitely cue in on it to find out, because I wanna find out, okay, if this house was at this level of the elevation, what's happening here? Are you changing the parameters for how flood insurance is figured? So we need to clarify that, and they haven't really done that. And that's probably part of the problem. We've got this county's vulnerability study, which says, oh, you gotta build to, you know, I think they said the B zones, you gotta build to 15 feet or something. So, and that's the coast. And, you know, we've got some issues with even condos in our city and their flood insurance. I think it was like $250,000 for 32 units, you know. And Mr. Baker talked to me about it last week, and, you know, they're in the repetitive loss area because they had several claims at some time. But the last thing, sign replacement. We've got to make a decision here. Because here's what the insurance guy told me. I'm going to give you $4,000, and that's all I'm going to give you. Well, I'm like, that's the depreciated cost of the old sign. And I said, wait a minute. Don't I have some replacement value? Well, yeah, I do, but that claim's been out there for a while, and it's time to move on. So we went back to the company. The modified signs, double-sided, not V-shaped, the price dropped into like the 39,000s. But I did tell the insurance agent, hey, give me a little time here to have this discussion with the council. So I'm going to ask at the work session that we have a discussion on that sign for the budget.
Budget session.
Yeah. So we've resolved this, because he's ready to give me $4,000, and I'm saying, wait a minute, before you told me you're gonna give me $10,000 or $12,000, now you're telling me you're gonna give me $4,000. Well, you're not replacing the sign, so all I'm gonna give is the appreciated value. So, something to ponder. As I said, you've got the budgets, you've got the backup, and the work session is on the 21st, and we'll do pretty much what I did last year in the Zoom meeting. I'll go through and highlight everything, but this gives you some time to look at. You've got the details in the second part of the budget. The ad valorem, you've also got that in there. Our property values went up 6.03%, I believe it was, for this year. So all of that's in there. As I said, there are a couple things in there you're going to see, like in the stormwater. I put $30,000 in there for this House bill. If it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. The sheriff's number, that's another discussion we're going to have and settle this once and for all, because if we're going to say we want our own deputy, it's going to cost us about $60,000 more than it currently costs us, with the increase for next year, because they're getting a 3.6, and I put that in your packet also. So that's all I have, unless you have something for me.
Questions for the city manager? City residents? Okay, thank you. Next we come to the city clerk. Patty?
No, nothing.
Nothing? Questions for city clerk? Citizens? City council comments? We start this month with Robinaki.
No major comments, I just, I want to thank Fred because we've thrown a lot at you this meeting and you have a lot of homework to do, so thank you for everything you do. I greatly appreciate it. I agree completely with Mayor Manzo that you are the man for this job and you are perfect for it, despite all of our best efforts to deter you, but thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Robin. Frank Banker?
Let's go home.
Let's go home, okay? Glenn Gunn.
Two things. When the code review committee reported out, they kind of threw on us, saying, council, you need to prioritize what code enforcement needs to be looking at. I sat down with Lynn Reeves, I sat down with Laura Badaluni and crunched some of the numbers. We went back a year, May 2020 through April 2021. And we focused primarily on the call-in complaints because the assumption is made that if a person is willing to make a call in, that they're concerned about it and that's a priority in their life. So what do we find? The number one call-in complaint, survey says, landscaping. Yes, you do need a weed police around here, okay? 42% of all the call-ins are based on landscaping. And the next three categories, which comprises 80% of all the call-ins, the next one was trash, but it was only 16%. Parking, 15%, construction, 13%, followed by docks and permitting. The number one contender is definitely landscaping. Last issue, I've been thinking about the traffic congestion issue here, and I want to just make a short pitch, and you can save your groans and the eye rolling here for a little bit, but I'm going to pitch something that I've never heard a discussion about, and that's about a roundabout, just like up in Clearwater Beach there. And if you're willing to take some time and do a little research, there's some information out there on the web. If you even put it into YouTube, there's some 2-minute and 4-minute presentations. The National Highway Transportation people, they're really pushing it. A lot of states are converting a lot of the 4-way stop intersections to roundabouts because here's what they're finding. They're finding, let me just hit some of the cookbook stuff. The footprint typically fits within the normal right-of-way of an intersection there. And they are more efficient, regardless of what your initial impression is. Oh, a roundabout, the traffic moves slower. Yeah, the traffic moves slower, but it's continuously moving. People are entering, and because of the slower speed, even if you have an accident, and because of the angle at which the cars are moving, it's a deflected angle, and you have less fatalities and less injuries. They are typically get 20 to 50% more flow through a roundabout than a 4-way stop intersection. They're greener. You can do things in the center of these things. Aesthetically, they're much greener. And also, when you talk about green, there's no waiting. You don't have cars idling at stoplights burning gas, so they're much more fuel efficient when you're talking about the environment. We talked about the safety of these things. A lot of people roll their eyes about, oh yeah, a roundabout or whatever, but what they find is after they install these things, despite all the pushback and controversy about it initially, after people start using the darn things, the acceptance level goes through the roof. So it may be something we want to discuss or pitch at the county and say, hey, it makes sense. Clearwater Beach is using it, and I've never sat there for any length of time. Traffic's always moving, and you don't see long lines waiting at that roundabout. Traffic's always moving, so maybe it's something we should pitch to the county and consider. That's all I have. Thank you.
Listening to Tara.
I agree with Frank, it's time to go home. Have fun for one night.
Okay, Rita Swope.
Yes, I wanted to bring up a concern from one of the neighbors on 13th Street. And he has stressed that many people on 13th Street as well as 12th Street would prefer not to have that island removed when we're discussing all of these different traffic issues and everything. It really helps them get out from their street to put that island there. So they're just wanting me to bring that up during the city council meeting and ask that we not consider that. So I just wanted to throw that out. Otherwise, I don't have anything else at this time.
Thank you. Dave Gaddis?
Nothing for tonight.
Just have two items. On May 12th, we were the guests of the sheriff at the Fallen Officer Memorial. They honored the Deputy Magley's family was there. That was the officer that was, first officer that was killed in 100 years. It was an extremely moving ceremony, and Jim and I were privileged to be there. Met a lot of the politicians, but more importantly, we paid our respects to the brave men and women that gave their lives in our defense here for this county. It's a very sad ceremony, but it's a very moving ceremony. If you ever have a chance to go to it, I highly recommend it. And secondly, I had the privilege of addressing the Mayor's Council of Pinellas County as an executive board member on the Emergency Management Services Committee, and the purpose was to discuss the CAD system, which is the Computer Assisted Dispatch System. I'm not going to go through it, it's a half an hour thing, but we've got about 7 or 8 different systems in Pinellas County right now that have been installed over the years, and they don't perfectly sync well together. There's a lot of patches that are put together to make them work, and right now most of them are at the end of their useful life. So what we're doing is trying to get one system that police, fire, ambulance, everyone would be able to utilize. That was a recommendation of the executive board, mayor's council, and I asked if I could make a presentation to the mayor's council. We were trying to get support from Councilman Gus Bilirakis. There may be some money in 2022. We're looking at about an $8 to $10 million project here, and there might be about $2 million available. So I made a presentation. I'm pleased to report that 24 mayors signed on. Every single mayor in the county signed on. And we gave the congressman a letter signed by 24 of us asking for that money, which had a lot more effect than having 4 of us or 5 of us on the executive board asking for it. So I'll keep you advised as to how that's going. I'm hoping that that system will move forward. It's something we've been talking about for a couple of years now. That's all I have on tonight. And with that, I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
And all in favor? Aye. No one's opposed. Good night, everyone.